And welcome everyone to the second day, first session of the fourth International Research Symposium on Social Sciences and Humanities, which is organized by the National Center for Advanced Studies in Social Sciences and Humanities. To start the proceedings, I would like to invite Dr. Dilini Patirana from the Faculty of Law, University of Colombo, to commence with the proceedings. Dr. Dilini, the floor is yours now.
Thank you very much, Isiru, for your kind introduction. And today we have 4 presentations, which will be chaired by 2 of the leading academics in the field of law in Sri Lanka. First, let me introduce our session chairs for today's session. First, Professor Sampath Kunjiheva. Good morning, sir.
Very good morning.
If I introduce sir, Sampath Kunjiheva is a professor of law in commercial law and the current dean of the Faculty of Law, University of Colombo. He is a reputed scholar and a legal researcher with nearly 2 decades of experience after starting his academic career as an assistant lecturer in the Faculty of Law, University of Colombo. His expertise mainly lies in intellectual property law, and he is one of the few academics in the country to hold the PhD in this area, in the area of intellectual property. One significant contribution of his academic career is publishing 2 books with internationally renowned publishers in the area of IP, and as well as he has secured the Senate Award for Research Excellence by the University of Colombo in 2018, and he holds his LLB from Colombo University, LLM in Intellectual Property and Competition Law from Munich International Intellectual Property Law Center, and PhD in IP Law from Max Planck Institution for Innovation and Competition, which is the highest ranked university in Germany. He also is an attorney at law of the Supreme Court of Sri Lanka and was called into the bar in 2001. So next we have Professor Vasantha Senaviratne, also one of the leading academics in the field of law in Sri Lanka. Professor Vasantha currently serves as the head of the Department of Public and Comparative Law of the Faculty of Law, University of Colombo, and also she is the chair professor of Public and International Law. And she is a director of the Center for the Study of Human Rights, a research institute affiliated to the University of Colombo. Further, she has been teaching, researching, publishing in international law, human rights law, and humanitarian law for about 28 years, and teach public international law, humanitarian law, and human rights, both at undergraduate and postgraduate levels in many law institutions, law teaching institution in Sri Lanka. She has published widely in reputed national and international law journals, particularly focusing on areas such as theories of public international law, humanitarian intervention, use of 4 concept of responsibility to protect, and its application in the current scenario. So these are the 2 very brief introduction to our leading professors who are going to share today's session. We have, according to the details given to us, we have 4 presentations today. Unfortunately, while ago, one presenter informed me that he is not in the position to present today due to certain personal circumstances. But we have 4 very interesting papers presented by 4 researchers. First one is Charani Patapandige, who is a research assistant and acting research analyst at the Institution of National Security Studies of Sri Lanka. Then we have a co-authored paper with Ranga Nadish and Pavitra Jayawardena. Nadish is the head of the Department of Legal Studies, Open University of Sri Lanka, and Dr. Pavitra Jayawardena is a senior lecturer at the Department of International Relations, University of Colombo. Then we have 2 presenters from the Faculty of Law, University of Colombo. First one is Kavidu Heva Givinge. He's a lecturer probationary attached to the Department of Commercial Law. Then we have the Dumidu Madishan. He's an attorney at law, similar to the Kavidu, and also a legal academic attached to the Department of Private and Comparative Law, Faculty of University of Colombo. So we will warmly welcome you, all of you, to this session. And then I would like to hand over to the chairs of the session, Professor Punchiheva and Professor Vasanta. Madam and Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dilini and Madam. We warmly welcome all the presenters, researchers for their cutting-edge research that they have carried out and will be presented at the 4th International Research Symposium organized by the NCAS, the renowned research and research organization, research institution, and also funding institution in the country. Affiliate is the one of the leading sponsors in all of most of the research that has been that have been carried out in Sri Lanka with the support, generous support. And of course, my law faculty has been greatly benefited, and this is one of the other extension of the research culture in the country. So we have good research papers, and we will, Madam, you can also contribute to.
Very good morning to all of you. Thank you very much for the kind invitation extended to us to chair this session. I'm sure that we would have an exciting session because that we went through your abstracts and we found very contemporary cutting-edge issues are addressed in your very well researched papers. Those research observations and findings would undoubtedly help to enhance the legal research in these areas of law that you have chosen. So without taking much time, now we will move to listen to the researchers going to be presented by those scholars. Dr. Dilini and Mr. Isuru, can you all enlighten us about the guidelines and the time given for each presenter, as well as to the panelists and all these routine things in order to conduct a very smooth and productive session now.
Thank you, madam. Actually, we have given time from 10 to 11:30. Since we have one presenter is not presenting today, we can give more time to the presenters who are presenting their research today. So it's over to you, madam, but as a guideline, we can give them like 15 minutes to present, and then we can go for a question.
I think that good that if we can give them 10 to 15 minutes, and for the panelists also at least minimum of 3 to 4 minutes for each panelist to comment on those papers, and some Q&As. Are we going to have the Q&As at the end or that immediately after each paper?
Yes, I think we can get some insight from Professor Sampath regarding Q&A session.
I think as we have time, immediately after the paper, if we can give a comment by the panelists and to allow one or two questions. I think otherwise that normally what happens is at conferences, the papers first to be presented will be forgotten very soon. And there won't be questions hardly on them. So we will ask them to present for 10 to 15 minutes, and we will take another 5 minutes for panelist comments and about 1 or 2 minutes for the questions and answers.
Sure, madam. We will proceed. Isuru, shall we begin with Ms. Charani?
Yes, I think host has to allow presenters to share the screen.
Charani, are you ready to start your presentation?
Yes, I will. Can I get the opportunity to share my screen?
I think host will allow you to do so. After the Charity, we will go for Dr. Pavitra and Ranganadesh to present their paper. Then we will go with Kavindu. Lastly, we can have the Dumidu.
Charani, can you share the screen now?
No, not yet. I didn't get the screen sharing facility yet. No, I didn't get the permission. Ah, yeah, now I can. Is my screen visible? Hello?
Yes, we can see it, but it's not in the full screen, Charani. Can you make it as a full screen?
Okay, give me a moment. What about now?
I think she is using her mobile. That could be the best way of that she can do it. But anyway, please go ahead.
Madam, if it is okay, I am all good. If the host, if there's a facility sharing on that side also, it's okay. Or else, is this if it is fine, I will continue like.
We will try to manage at the interest of time.
Okay, madam. Okay. Okay then. Good morning, madams and the panelists. I'm honored to present here today. So my topic is, as you all can see, media discipline in voicing a public opinion, a battle between what is fact and what is fake and what is fact. I have to very humbly state that opinions expressed here is on my own, and it's not reflective of the Institute of National Security Studies nor the Ministry of Defense. Okay, this is my chapter outline. I will be giving a brief introduction and research problem, research objectives, research questions, methodology, analysis, conclusion, and consequently the recommendations will be provided. Okay, I'm not going to talk about social media much because we are all here because of social media. It has played a very vital role in our life. It is actually very indispensable. Without that, we can't do anything. However, because of that wide availability and people, the literacy rate of using social media, I'm not telling that it's technical literacy or information literacy, but because people know how to use social media, they are widely using it for their purposes to disseminate information and share content likewise. However, on the other hand, what has happened because of this is political discourse is also happening in social media, which is a plus point. But however, there is this tendency of people using it in a detrimental manner. So I believe even though all of us, even though we do not act as a journalist or a person when using social media, I believe we need sort of a discipline, not in a controlled state, but a self-discipline when utilizing and using social media. In light of that, we all know that freedom of expression is something very pivotal in any state. Sri Lanka has also guaranteed it, but just like other states, we have also restricted and curtailed in it under very different grounds, which are limited but much needed ground. But any government should not arbitrarily restrict those rights. And my research problem is whether social media discipline is practiced by social media users. And then my objectives and questions are as flashed on the screen. Okay, the methodology is that the research has taken a qualitative approach to identify the societal perception, and also I will be going. I have conducted an online survey consisting of 100 participants. I initially did not intend to go from that much, but my questionnaire I got 100 participant responses. That is primary data. I have also used secondary data as I have cited few. As I have enriched enrich my knowledge using a few journal articles and all. I have also researched to legislation such as Sri Lankan Constitution, the Supreme Law of the country, and ECHR. I have to state that I have undergone some sort of challenges when conducting my research, especially because I am affiliated to the ministry. I believe people were reluctant to share information with me, even my close friends, understandably. So what I did was I did not collect their email addresses. We have that option in Google Forms. So I, because of that, I got responses. And I also admit that there's a challenge of to believe whether the sources are credible. But however, I believe since I use the feature of anonymity, they have tried their best to answer the question. Okay, moving on to my findings, I asked what is the purpose of social media? But again, then this is how I got the results of people. They have, as you can see, they have given various reasons they have used social media. However, I have again restricted it as I want, because I wanted to see what is the political motive behind it. And you can see when I ask people, do you think the social networking sites can be used to influence politics? Yes, majority of the people believe it is the case. Next, I asked, what about you, whether people are doing the same thing? And then these are the results I got. They admitted that they commented on the context, which are political news information, and also they have shared their political views. Some have attended political meetings. However, contacting a politician is not much their cup of tea. They haven't done that. But and also I also asked whether they have signed a petition, created a petition, which they were affirmative of. As you can see, I asked whether do you find the comments or posts you feel violate ethical concerns? Yes, this is how I got the responses. Moving on, then I asked a general question without limiting it to the political discourse. I asked whether you find inappropriate content, which they admitted as yes. Okay. According to my research, I found that respondents admitted that there's a clear doubt about truthfulness of information circulated in social media. And also the respondent admitted that there is a challenge to determine a fact from what is fake, because they when I also I gave an open-ended question which I have collected a few responses, and in there also they have stated that because the content is viral and believable and eye candy, they have thought this is acceptable. And also there were issues have risen because they admitted that sometimes the situation needs to be magnified, and users magnify the situation and falsify the contents, and very it was very pathetic. They admitted the fact that they have to do it in order to convince the people. So they thought that they are doing it in a good cause, but in order to do that, you have to magnify the situation. That was their belief. And also, I asked the reasons for doing that. Some stated that they did it ignorantly, but some stated otherwise. And also, now I am moving on to one of the most important content that I have to discuss here. It is the freedom of expression. As you and I, everybody knows very clearly, it is the ability to voice, to hold opinions, and to seek and impart information as well as ideas verbally or in writing. The ICCP has guaranteed it. EACHR has guaranteed it. There's no difference. Sri Lankan Constitution has done the same as them. So this right is very important. The reason of having this right is that people should be able to share their opinion, create dialogue, and make decisions and elect the government representatives as they want. On the other hand, this right also allows individuals to constructively criticize the ill-motivated government and individuals. And this right is also a vital requisite to oppose discrimination and ensure representation. And also the right is brings individual and countries together to build consensus, just like human rights watch is doing. Because of this availability of social media as well as online petitions, they know what is happening in the country. Freedom of expression is guaranteed like that. However, as we all know, the right can be curtailed under certain strict and special circumstances, limitations available by prescribed by law on the grounds such as public safety, protection of health to secure territorial integrity likewise. And also adding burden, technology has digitalized because of the contents, not only people politically driven people with political interest, other people as well use it for their benefits. But I'm not going to talk about terrorism and extremism here. Moving on, we know about Sri Lankan constitution, and that has guaranteed the right of freedom of expression as well, but it has also curtailed the right. Unlike ECHR, which is open for all persons, here it is only citizens in Sri Lanka. And now I ask people, do you think government is monitoring social media? Even though I believe that people would answer yes, I saw an answer like maybe, so still they have a suspicion, but there were few people who answered no as well. And I asked whether people think, do you think government has the right to regulate social media? Majority of them stated yes, and maybe only a few people answered as no. And then I gave them an open-ended question asking them whether do you think government regulates social media? Then yes, most of the people gave reasons, as because of racism, to discipline the people, to prevent unnecessary things to reach the public or any other groups, and national security grounds. And they all, but however, some stated that the government often block them, they always put what they want, and they believe that there's needs of limitation. Then I was also able to ask them another question regarding the motive of Aragalaya, which I have not included here because I want to preserve the confidentiality, and they were not willing to give the information. In that, they told me explicitly, they have mentioned in the question, even though I have not stated here, they came with a PO intention, but the system changed. That's what majority of them voted for, but they told me later on their objective was changed and now they are not supporting the cause they want. That's what they told. I did, and also as you can see on the screen, I did not limit this to only people from the law field and national security field, but again, people understood that there is a clear-cut problem, and this is how they have stated. Some people found this as a right of the government to curtail it. Likewise, then I asked, do you think do you think journalists violate the rights of people when reporting news or commenting about it? Again, as you can see, a majority of the people answered in affirmative. They believed it as a yes. So I believe the social media is not, it's not inherently evil. It is all about users. If we use social media it in a commendable way, effective way, we can create a healthy dialogue, and this is the ideal platform for public participation, because we do not have to conduct rally and everything. People can do everything using social media, but to do that there should be effective communication. So during my research, especially when collecting primary data, what I understand explicitly was what people had was, when determining what is fake and a fact, is fact verification. People don't do that. They tend to share the content or not. And also they think just because a lot of people share it, it becomes believable. Honestly speaking, even when we go through it, it is very eye candy the way the news is convinced to the people, portrayed to the people. So what I believe is that as the stepping stone to achieving truth and debunking false information is to instill media discipline by developing a sense of accountability to users. This is not only for journalists, even for us social media users. We should know that what we are actually following, commenting and everything, that is not unnecessary limitation for ourselves, but to be accountable for what we share. It's not because we are controlled or something like that. It is self-discipline to know what we are doing. Even if it is correct, yes, we can voice the opinion. If it is wrong, we should know that what we are doing is wrong. However, I know that government should ensure right to freedom of expression. It is seemingly believable that sometimes they are breaching it. So government has an indispensable role. If people are going to be pressured and people are getting the feeling that people are getting the fear that they are being regulated, that's a very big problem of the government. So what I believe is transparency of the government should be ensured. How to showcase is that decisions of the government, it should reflect that they are not doing that. As long as there's arbitrary risks and everything, people will not believe the government is impartial. And also I believe this is another important thing, that is instilling information literacy of the people. People come across various information, but they don't know what to give prominence because they don't know what to give attention, and they don't know how to determine truthfulness. It is very understandable. So to that, we have to instill literacy. Information literacy is the ability of the individual to seek, assess, use, and organize information. Another thing is technological literacy. People should know to responsibly use information and use effective communication tools. And my last recommendation is a bit controversial, I believe, but I think we should introduce a separate law to curb and eliminate falsehoods. I sternly believe on that, and I have also perused Singapore's online combating online falsehoods and manipulation and also Vietnam cybersecurity law. They are sternly believe that we should need a separate law to combat online falsehoods and manipulation. I believe it is high time Sri Lanka should need it, but keeping in mind freedom of expression is not curtailed, because countries like Singapore, they have correction directions, reporting mechanism, calibrated remedies, and likewise.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam, and sir, over to you.
Thank you very much. We listened to Charani's paper with much interest because this is a very contemporarily debated issue and has a very good potential of, inculcating a scholarly debate and a discourse on this through your research outcomes. While appreciating and congratulating your attempt, I wish to draw your attention to the fact that media is identified as the fourth pillar of democracy. When it comes to that media, generally we are referring to the traditional media, the print media and the digital media, but now the social media has approached to the every nook and corner in the country, and with the numbers of mobile users. You may get those statistics added to your research, and to show that how many people are using mobile phones, smartphones with internet facilities, and how much that they are using those social media, particularly Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and those sort of very popular social media platforms. I just want to draw your attention to two things actually in particular, in addition to what you stated. One about the service provider's responsibility. I think that aspect you have not much discussed in your research. You want the users to be self-disciplined, and whereas at the same time that, as you said, very disputed recommendations to have a law on it. So then we have to strike a balance between the constitutionally guaranteed freedom of expression of the people and the limitations mentioned in Article 15 of the same Constitution in Chapter 3. Because the freedom of expression is a derogable right. But we understand Sri Lanka's international obligations by being a state party to those treaty laws, particularly to International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and several of these things, that the government, unless there is very strong justifiable legal background that is identified and justified under Article 15, cannot deprive and infringe this right of the people whose right to the data and to the news, as well as freedom of expression. So at the same time, the service providers, they also should have, because that you cannot expect in general the users to be self-disciplined. If so, it would be very good. But in a localized situation, and we are not in the heaven, we are in a human world with all the evils and other weaknesses of human beings. So that I think that that is also a point that you may address in your research. And at the same time that I want to mention you about this ICCPR Act of 2007. Although the ICCPR Act was adopted by the government in par with Sri Lanka's international obligations under ICCPR convention, that we found, going beyond the scope of original intention of adopting the ICCPR Act, Shaktika Satkumara, who actually wrote a short story in the social media, which was identified as a defamation as well as something that religious hatred and other things covered by Article 4 of ICCPR Act, and how that was used. Therefore, this having an act is, I would like to see as a sharp-edged tool which can be used for dual purposes, to encourage and to protect the freedom of expression of people, as well as to deter and to infringe their rights. I think that since that you have done a socio-legal research, you better discuss all these aspects while paying attention to the relevant legal instruments as well as the field research data that you have found out. So congratulations. We look forward to see the publication come out, and I'm sure that will serve very greatly to the discourse that we are having in the society on this.
Dilini, should I also comment? Hello.
Sir? Yes, sir.
Charani, I think it's a very good attempt to make kind of a balance, attempting to balance rights in this regard is a commendable effort. However, I should also say that flag at this point of time that even in the UK, there was an attempt to regulate the social media because of the abuses. And as Madam also pointed out, we might have to think about think through the limitations also, because whatever the rights that we enjoy will have certain limitations in the interest, in the public interest, and also the protection of individual interests. And the social media discipline has been felt more important than ever before because of the violations. And I think since it's a blend of it's a mixed research, I think you have adopted the correct approach. But of course, I think it may be also prudent for us to think about the legal perspective more closely in order to strike a proper balance. But having said that, I congratulate you for a very good research paper, and wish to read your full paper once it is published. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful comments on our first presenter. Now, let us move to the second presentation. I think it is a co-authored paper by Dr. Pavitra and Ranganadesh. I think Ranganadesh is ready to present. I don't know who is going to be the presenter for today's session, but over to you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Dilini. So I'm the presenter and I will be presenting. Can you see the screen?
Something else.
See the schedule, not the presentation.
Yeah.
Yes, now we can see your presentation.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to thank NCAS UGC to placing of this kind of a topic like Sri Lanka in crisis. and search for a way out. So it is very important and timely important topic. I think contribution of us as academics also highly important at this time. So our topic is Constitution versus People's Will, an intersectional approach to the struggle 2022. So we are actually throughout this research, this is an ongoing research. We have done, we have completed some of the interviews with the interviews that we have identified, and we are trying to introduce a methodologically a new approach to the intersectional approach of law and political sciences. The people struggle 2022 of Sri Lanka. This struggle actually mainly the struggle came up from the peoples of the country. For the first time of the history of Sri Lankan political history, we see we all are evidence to a struggle emanated within the people, within its citizens. So struggle mainly based on this Gota Gogama, and finally the most powerful president ever in Sri Lanka, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, had to resign, and then later Mr. Ranil Wickremesinghe became the president. And this process of transition, this process of power transition, undoubtedly it is constitutional and also it is legal. But many of the social activists, they had a question about this legitimacy, whether was that the people who have involved in this struggle really wanted. So there was a problem, and then still strugglers and also the social activists and legal and political experts, they all have debate about this process of power transition. So we, me and Dr. Javardhana, we thought of how to frame this conundrum. What are the methods that we can identify to find out a way out from this crisis of legal experts' views and the political experts' views. Also, we can see that there's so many justification of the act of appointing this unelected president, right? There's a voting process, and the people, we select the people by using the vote that we have as we are running in a democratic, through our democratic values. So this unelected president, Mr. Ranil Wickremesinghe, he wanted to be, he became the president of the country. And then everybody said that, okay, I'm here to, even President Ranil Wickremesinghe about to say that he is here to protect the constitution, and constitution is the supreme law of the country. So we as legal academics and Pavitra, the political academic, we both, when we discuss these issues, we notice that, okay, there's an issue with that's why when we talk about the justice and law, it's two different things. Even though law, the introducing laws and legal values to the society, the ultimate objective is justice. We had a question whether this is a right justice or not. Then this puzzle, law and justice are assumed as key pillars of democracy. So democracy, within the definition of democracy, always law is the top of everything. But law has to have an ability to achieve the justice. And this democracy operates with the assumption that in its functions, law assures justice. And then objective of this study is to explore this conundrum, the tension between its wholeness. Taking this struggle relative activity as a whole, and also taking this people's expectation as a whole, and the specific interpretation of law with specific reference to 2022 struggle of Sri Lanka. So our key question is, how much does Sri Lankan constitutional law demonstrate its justice for the will of the people with reference to the events took place during the struggle, 2020 struggle? So in our methodology, we normally use the mixed methods. One is actually targeting the political aspect of the struggle. In-depth interview with the different groups who have involved. We all know that there were more than 100 groups based on Gota Gogama during these 3 to 4 months of period. And they had different ideologies, different views about the society, different views about the political crisis in the country, different views about the economic crisis of the country. But anyhow, the specialty of this struggle is all these different people were able to come to a common goal and then form alliance against the current regime of the country by that time, right? So we decided to go through these in-depth interviews with these different type of people in Gota Gogam struggle. And the other one is purely legal, the textual analysis of the constitution that we have, we are ongoing. We have already started this textual analysis and also the content analysis. We know that, there were so many discussions through the media and also based on so many Gota Gogama villages and also the outside, like based on some YouTube channels. So these content analysis take place with the focus in these intellectual discussions. So intellectual discussion, especially the pure legal one, and also pure political experts and also social activists one. So we have selected some of them, nearly 10 content analyses. We have conducted some of them, some of the content analysis of these discussions, right? But the period is July to August in 2020-22. And the literature, when we discuss about this point, we actually keen to find out and go out from our jurisdiction to other countries' literature. And then we notice this Anthony Mason's and Sir Maurice Byers literature, which we could find out from the journals of New South Wales and other journals, the future direction in Australian law article. So Sir Maurice Byers, he mainly, his article actually named from the other side of the bar table and an advocate's view. And advocates, include not only the advocates are the representative of the people. So according to him, law is an expression of the whole personality and should reflect the values that sustain human societies. So Anthony Mason, he also highlights the speciality of this parliamentary supremacy and majority will. And what would be the priority when we considering this parliamentary supremacy and the majority will? And also the proper function of the courts is protect and safeguard this version of the democratic process. By taking this literature, we made this conceptual framework. So throughout our research, we are trying to catch these two disciplines, especially legal and political side. So in the left side, in the right side, we call it people. So people are the base of everything. Whatever we do, we should target the benefits of the people, development of the people. So normally people do what to the government, to appoint a government with the expectation of welfare and developing the country and protecting of the rights of these people. And government, they execute their power through the legislative power, executive and judiciary also. Why? Under this 1978 constitution, of course, the president has the power to appoint judges to the Supreme Court and Court of Appeal. So we believe that even the control of the judiciary also still with the president, with this most powerful executive presidency. And expectations are not fulfilled yet. For these last 74 years, people really question the authority of this government. And the will of the people also question why they have not been achieved anything yet. And yet from the people's side, and it was very hard, it is very hard now to move on this struggle. Why? If we go beyond this point, government is trying to say that this is illegal. So, but the problem is still people's expectations have not been achieved throughout these 74 years. So we are trying to target this voting, the consent of vote, and the expectation that the expectation of welfare, development, and protection of right by the first method that we are following. And the second one, through this legislative power, executive power, and judiciary power. Our preliminary findings. Our preliminary findings of this ongoing study showcase that this conundrum cannot be addressed purely by paying attention to the specific legal interpretation. A specific legal interpretation also has to read together with the people's will, people's expectation, or otherwise this intersectional approach is very much needed by this time. So how law can achieve this? How law can achieve this target is to pay attention more and more to the political views of the people. So purely legal-based interpretation can be justified if that law can be assured they have taken into consider these political views also into their findings. And then with reference to the events took place at the Gotha struggle, the law has not been an expression of its whole personality, and it doesn't reflect the values that sustain human societies. So these are the things that we have preliminarily find out throughout our research. And this conclusion is the revisiting the lawmaking process through an intersectional approach, embedding this law and politics, is very much needed right now. So we are in search of this, search of a way out by embedding these two intersections, two disciplines, law and political, legal and political disciplines, in order to achieve the high benefit and to assure the will of the people. Otherwise, things can be legal, things can be legitimately justified, but the problem is whether we have achieved the justice or not. So we believe that as researchers still, Sri Lanka in a crisis, the crisis should not read biased to a one discipline. It should read together with political and legal aspects both. Otherwise, legally we can be correct, but when we take as a whole, the law as a whole personality, we will not achieve the things what society need, what people are expecting. I mean, simply, people's will not be reflected in law, whatever the law is. I mean, law is legal or not, but the thing is, law will not achieve justice if we purely based on this legal interpretation. Therefore, this interpretation, not only based on this literal interpretation, we need to have, go into the society and to have a look at the law from the view of social justice, and find out a way to achieve the justice embedded in law and political both is very much needed for our society. That is the only way that we think to way out for this crisis as a preliminary finding. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranga. Madam and sir, over to you.
May I commence first?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Please.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nadish and Dr. Pavitra, thank you very much for very interesting research that both of you have been doing. Actually, it reminded me when very much veteran doctrinalist A.V. Dicey, when he defined the concept of rule of law, how the legal theorists as well as political theorists approach on that definition from different perspectives and interpretations. So that should be the blend. I think that is the what that you both are striving to achieve through this paper, I guess, on these very hot potato issues currently in our society based on the social contract theory and the dilemma of whether the social contract is achieved and whether with benefits or otherwise to the parties involved in this social contract theory. So this is something about the legality as well as legitimacy and the morality and the people's expectations. So I think where to go about this very much dogmatic arguments. I hope that you can hear me.
Yes, madam. Yes.
Well, So I think sometimes some answers can be found out from the existing law, and for something that you may not be able to find out the proper interpretations from the existing law. For that you have to have a good research based on theories. I mean, if I talk about that area that I'm more familiar with, the law, I think that Kelson's pure theory would be helpful, Ranga, when you're talking about the social contract theory, and whether if you want to change the constitution by way of the method proposed by the constitution itself. I mean, if you go for our constitution, that is 2/3 majority plus the referendum of the people. But whether such a crafted constitutional provision would be sufficient enough to come out from this conundrum that currently we are facing. Then you have to look at whether that you can take the Grundnorm approach and the people's mandate, because that the people's sovereignty is the sovereignty as a legal theorists have defined, I mean, as opposed to the sovereignty of the state. So if you take even the constitution, Article 3 clearly says the sovereignty of the Republic of Sri Lanka is in the people, which is inalienable. That is an entrenched provision, overarching provision based on which all the other constitution provisions should be interpreted, in my opinion, not from a literal textual interpretation, but from a value coherent the teleological interpretation, because that you have to find out those telos or the values embedded in constitutional interpretation. For that, you might engage in a discussion by looking at the natural school of thought as well as the positivism, because these different schools of law proposes different perspectives, and they would come up with different proposals to approach and to settle the argument. So then this is something that you may not come up with a right answer or a wrong answer. I mean, again, the Dawkins would come in here. There's nothing called right answer or wrong answer, but you have to argue and analyze and to justify what's the stance both of you in this blended approach would take in. If you take Jeremy Bentham, who said even a bad government is better than of no government, right? Whereas the natural laws such as the recent natural laws such as Lon Fuller or John Finnis, they were talking about the procedural natural law, where that you might find justice over law through the procedural aspects. I think that this is a very interesting research according to my opinion, and you can produce a very interesting as well as intellectual discourse on this area through your research. Let me wish you good luck, and we are looking forward to read your paper.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, I think both Nadish and Pavitra has done a very good research, and also it is current, very relevant in the context of present political turmoil of the country. Good, and you have blended socio-legal approach. That is the fascinating part of it, and I must appreciate that effort, because it is something that we need in the legal research. Also, I would like to also awaken you on the need to look at a bit of Kelsonian theory, Hans Kelson's pure theory, because you are touching the very foundation of the constitutionalism, a very foundation of the people's will. And there you have to look at the norm, the hierarchy of norms, because if you dislocate that norm, then what will take the precedent? Where can we trace the norm, Grundnorm? So that is one issue I have. Also, better, I know you all are activists and would like to ask Pavitra to make it more politically neutral, because otherwise the paper will speak into different directions. I think being a researcher, you have to walk in the middle, should not take sides. So as long as you can maintain the neutrality in this discourse, the paper will be enriched. So you should avoid any kind of bias towards one party, because researcher is expected to walk in the middle. So one thing, one caveat that I would like to place therein, in order to make the quality of the paper enhance. And I congratulate both of you and produce a good research, and also sharpen your thinking and insights through the lens of Kelsenian theory, so that you will find the answers to the most of the problems that you mentioned in the said conundrum. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir and madam. And I have a question for you both, and which is related to the point that Professor Sampath just raised about neutrality. So when I was thinking about, the first thing is, like, I always thinking about the dichotomy between the legality and the legitimacy. So since you're going to to do some sort of an interdisciplinary approach to your research, my question is, what is your definition for legitimacy of the government? Yeah, the question is, what is your definition for the legitimacy of the government? Do you come up with any definition so far, or you are developing a definition? Do you identify it as a presence of positive support, or the absence of the negative phenomena of the government? Do you have any idea about?
From a political, Nadish, may I?
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, so we here take a very political stance on legitimacy. So when you look at the democratic theory and all the other theories on democracy is based on certain pillars, and legitimacy there is one such pillar. So you take demos, people, and people are this group of the base that grant the mandate for the government for a particular purpose, and the government is supposed to give their service back to the people. So for us, legitimacy is we might have to find a particular working definition, but the crux of the idea for us is that whether, when you look at the functions of the government, can it demonstrate that it represents the demos, the people's will. Because the government does not have any other mandate but people's mandate, and our interest in understanding this conundrum is that now we have an unelected but appointed president, and that president is and the whole setup is functioning in a way that it's so very, very legal. But in the whole process, when you keep one step back, you see that it has not achieved certain legitimacy, and you go back to see that whether it represents people's will. So democratically, through democratic theories, we take the meaning for legitimacy.
Right, thank you. So do you have any questions? If not, we can proceed to the next.
I think Akalanka has a question, no?
Yes.
Please proceed,
Thank
Akalanka.
you very much, and it was an excellent presentation. And now, starting from this theory proposed by Kelsen, I would like to just get a clarification of when Kelsen speaks about the legitimacy and of the Grundnorm. Now he says that the Grundnorm can be changed either through legitimate means or through non-legitimate means. So when the president, the former president Gotabaya Rajapaksa was ousted from his position, it would be difficult to argue that it was a legitimate process that was provided in the constitution. Now the conundrum is that if we accept the fact that the existing power may be changed through some method that is not provided for in the constitution, then once a new Grundnorm is established, in the sense a new ruler is elected by whatever means, shouldn't it be the effectiveness of the rule that should be really the determining criteria, since we are not questioning, it would be contrary to evaluate the legitimacy of one action in a certain manner and of another in another manner. So since the ousting was also not
legitimate per se, meaning according to the constitution, and then how could we argue about the appointment being not legitimate as per the constitution? And since Kelson does argue that the criteria with regard to the Grundnorm is the effective control, and he always says that the Grundnorm itself is something that you have to believe, and that you cannot validate the Grundnorm through any other norm, just through only effective control that you can really have a good idea about it. Just would like to have your idea on this one.
Yeah, thank you very much, Akalanka. I think what you are saying is based on purely on Kelson's theory, but we try to explore here what has happened practically in Sri Lanka, right? When it's come to, I mean, this legitimacy, I mean, we clearly evidence that even though it is legal, I mean, from the other side, there was a very problem of the current president representing as a president, while he was, I mean, he didn't get the consent of the people to be the president, right? The process, this is why we question this process of power transition. This process of power transition it's legal. There's no question about it. But the problem is before the process, I mean, before his appointment, the people clearly rejected him throughout these democratic elections, right? I mean, elections is a clear way of taking a clear parameter of getting the consent of the people. The present president clearly rejected by the people, right? And they appointed 225 people, right? And then finally, this process of transition, I mean, coming this present president into power it's legal, but this is why people have a matter of this legitimacy. I mean, the appointed people and the elected people. So appointing a president and the electing a president is a two different thing. So he's an elected president, and this appointing president is a different thing. So this is, even though it is legal, and we have this problem of legitimizing his appointment. This is what we are trying to argue, but in a way like the Kelson view, I mean, basically, if you based on this purely, this Kelson's theory, this highly jurisprudential, highly legal, of course, we have to go into that. This is why we are trying to bridge these two disciplines. I mean, look at this, I mean, by bridging these two disciplines into one, we are trying to achieve the both. I mean, if you take Kelson's purely legal, and we'll see one. And if you take, like Pavitra says, this democratic theory and democracy based on the fully democracy and fully political, we'll see another one. So we are trying to see, I mean, by bridging these both disciplines into one, we are trying to see throughout that intersectional approach. And main thing is, like, as Professor the Dean Law clearly mentioned, this neutrality is very much important. So I think that has to be done. I mean, keeping neutrally one side, and that is the challenge that we have here. I mean, when I'm a legal person, I will more emphasize this legal side. Like, I mean, and when I'm a political person, I'll try to do that more. What is important, this neutrality? Thank you. Okay.
Yes, Ranga, because we are running out of time.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the discussion. And then we have to go for Kavindu. Yes, over to you, Kavindu.
Yes, Wanda. Thank you very much, Dr. Dirini.
You have time until 11:15. You can see your screen as well.
Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Dirini and Aibowan. I'm Kavindu Hewagiganage, and my presentation is based on the title, The Impact of Protecting Traditional Knowledge Through a Sui Generis Mechanism, a Comparative Analysis. Madam and Sir, this is an ongoing research, and I eagerly await your thoughtful suggestions for how to take this research further. The objective of this research is to identify and evaluate the effectiveness and economic impact of introducing a sui generis mechanism as a method of safeguarding traditional knowledge. The concept of intellectual property is prominently highlighted in the policy paradigm of the knowledge-based economy in the 21st century. When considering that point of view from a socio-economic perspective, traditional knowledge can be identified as an untapped gold mine in Sri Lanka, and it could be properly commercialized while sharing the benefits with the particular communities and safeguarding traditional knowledge. To comprehend whether traditional knowledge could be effectively safeguarded by sui generis regimes, and to analyze the economic impact of introducing a sui generis mechanism, it is essential to define traditional knowledge. According to the definition of World Intellectual Property Organization, traditional knowledge can be characterized as knowledge, know-how, abilities, and practices that are produced, continued, and passed on from generation to generation within a community. Traditional knowledge is not an individual right, and it is a shared right by a particular community. Traditional knowledge could be recognized as distinct identities of a particular community, and this is bestowed on people by their ancestors and endowed mostly by nature. As a result, traditional knowledge have an envious value, worth, and distinctive recognition associated with the spiritual element of a community. Sri Lanka has extensive storage of undervalued, neglected, and misidentified traditional knowledge, which has generally gone antiquated or endangered owing to a variety of factors. This research ascertains that although Sri Lanka is rich in traditional knowledge, wisdom, and heritage of the communities and people, it has barely scratched the surface of its true potential. Notwithstanding that, this research proposes to introduce a sui generis mechanism to protect traditional knowledge while sustainably sharing the benefits of its true value. Centuries of misappropriation, theft, uninformed utilization, and exploitation have resulted in the destruction of traditional knowledge. Therefore, traditional knowledge requires more safeguarding as commercial theft spreads all over the world. Even though Sri Lanka and the majority of the third world countries are rich in having a treasure trove of traditional knowledge, it is yet to reach its true potential by reaping the benefits of the creative and innovative endeavors of their ancestral heritage. There are many argumentative criticisms stating that the existing intellectual property regime has failed so far to accord appropriate remedies and provide any adequate compensation scheme to the people who hold traditional knowledge. And Roscoe Pound finds law as a social institution to satisfy social needs, and he further clarifies law as a process of social engineering. Therefore, following that way, this research examines the effectiveness of sui generis regimes to satisfy and redress social need. And the main research questions of the research are: how do sui generis mechanisms help to safeguard traditional knowledge? And what is the impact of protecting traditional knowledge through a sui generis mechanism? And in this research, it is hypothesized that the introduction of a strong sui generis mechanism will safeguard traditional knowledge while sustainably utilizing the value of traditional knowledge, and it will significantly aid third world countries' economies in expanding. When concerning the previous scholarly contribution of the research area, the researcher was inspired to engage in this research in order to fill the vacuum left by an apparent paucity of pertinent legal and academic scholarly contribution in Sri Lanka on the subject, at a time when there is a burgeoning view in favor of utilizing traditional knowledge to advance development efforts of this country. And when moving into the methodology part, this research mainly falls into the qualitative research paradigm of legal research, and it was mainly carried out as a desk research. In terms of methodology, the black letter approach was employed as the dominant methodology, where the law in letters is considered rather than the law in action. Since the research intended to thoroughly analyze the current legal framework concerning protecting traditional knowledge and its ampleness, legislative enactments were identified as vital. Therefore, comparative legal research and analysis were also followed extensively. When following the qualitative research paradigm, this research heavily relied on revelation epistemology. And moving into the findings, in intellectual property law, sui generis regimes are frameworks that have evolved outside of the current intellectual property structure. Particularly, separate legal mechanisms adhere to particular field. A sui generis system alludes to restructuring of some aspects of the intellectual property system in order to properly facilitate the unique characteristics of its particular subject and the particular policy requirements that resulted in the creation of a different structure. And Article 27.3b of the TRIPS Agreement provides World Trade Organization's members the option of establishing a sui generis system. This allows countries to design their own protection structures, which can aid in the safeguarding of their traditional knowledge. And Peruvian sui generis law is regarded as one of the world's most productive and efficient sui generis strategies for the safeguarding of traditional knowledge. The Peruvian sui generis law clearly states that its goal is to promote the fair and equitable distribution of the advantages accruing from the use of collective traditional knowledge. And Article 39 of the same law specifically states that funds from benefit sharing will be directed to a fund for the development of indigenous people. Another third world country with an important sui generis law to protect traditional knowledge is Panama, namely Panamanian Law number 20 of 2000. Remarkably, the law establishes civil and criminal penalties for violations of TK in Panama. The entirety of these rights will be granted to indigenous people only through a collective rights registration process. And when it comes to the criminal offenses concerning misappropriation of traditional knowledge, half of the fine is apportioned to the advantage of national treasure, while the other half is apportioned to the advantage of the respective community. It is regrettable to understand that Sri Lanka's Intellectual Property Act is the only legal instrument that protects traditional knowledge, and that is also limited to folkloric manifestations. Folklore expressions are protected under Section 24 of the Intellectual Property Act of Sri Lanka, and despite the limited definition of the folkloric expressions, safeguarding traditional knowledge in Sri Lanka presents a variety of challenges, including the difficulty that arises in terms of ownership, as well as the period of protection of folkloric expressions. When it considering that folkloric expressions are original, the author should be identified, and the origins of some expressions of folkloric expressions may be traced back centuries ago, and it would be deemed to be already in the public domain. Further, the limited duration of copyright protection disregards the intergenerational nature of traditional cultural expressions. The flexibility provided by TRIPS and other international agreements to which Sri Lanka is a partner must be fully utilized by Sri Lanka in creating a system that promotes and defends the rights of those who possess traditional knowledge, as well as efforts should be made to boost the country's economy during this economic recession by using this improperly utilized traditional knowledge. And when it comes to the conclusion, the study's conclusion encourages Sri Lanka and other developing nations to adopt a framework not only for the regulation of traditional knowledge, but also for the correctly utilizing a value of traditional knowledge by enacting a sui generis legislation that matches the needs of the particular society. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for keeping the time very well, which is a really good skill. Sir, over to you, madam also.
Thank you. It is something fascinating to see that you have conducted this research, Kavindu. I think as you have the passion to present in a nicer way, I would say more appropriate way to put that into perspectives. For that, you should be congratulated. And also into the substance of your presentation, I would say that you have followed a precise methodology that is required to conduct a legal research. my only concern is that when you have this suggestion to introduce a kind of a sui generis protection system, we need to also consider different options available on the table. One other option suggested by the Western scholars is that why don't we think about take and pay system, that is a liability regime. Liability regime, why not a liability regime rather than introducing a sui generis regime, because it will create more and more confusion in the system of traditional knowledge. Traditional knowledge, in fact, is a gold mine, untapped gold mine in the Sri Lankan context. And as you know, in the 21st century, intellectual property assets are the currency of the century, and it is the oil of the century. And the traditional knowledge is the gold mine. And most of the problems that Sri Lanka faces today can be overcome if you have a proper mechanism to exploit the gold mine of traditional knowledge that is lying idle right now. So I think your effort is reaching best attention. The only thing is that you have to bring in or bring forth kind of a viable mechanism that should be seen, the kind of a that should be distilled into a policy recommendation for the country's legislature. I think that is, other than that, I'm very clear about your methodology, your research problem, research philosophy, I would say of the optimal level. Thank you so much. Many congratulations. And I want to read your paper. Looking forward to see a good research paper to this, to add value to the Sri Lankan legal landscape. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Madam, you are on mute. Madam, you are on mute.
Madam, you are on mute. Mute.
I'm sorry. Given the limited time, and this belongs to Professor Sampath's expert area and his publications, I think the comments that Professor Sampath made on Kavindu's paper are very important. I also find that the layout of his presentation, the argument that he brought in, the methodology are really interesting. I guess that this is part of your affiliated to PhD, your postgraduate studies, Kavindu. This is a very good area. I mean, especially when you are proposing sui generis, I think that you have to support your arguments very strongly as to why such an approach is that you are trying to submit as opposed to other existing legal parameters at the international, regional and domestic paradigms. Also, many comparative insights, especially I think that you can bring some of those comparative examples from countries like India, because it's traditional knowledge, as Professor Sampath very well conversed, that's the golden mine Sri Lanka can make use of in good, profitable manner, while retaining our ancient value-based system. So then, based on that, I think we have a great challenge ahead of us. You know, the patenting and licensing issues, so much so and so forth. So I think that you will pay your attention to those issues as well. So thank you, and I'll wish you all the very best on your paper and the research, and we look forward to read the final research study soon.
Thank you very much, madam. If you have no questions, we can move to Dumidu's presentation. So I don't see any raised hand virtually, so we can go for Dumidu's question. Dumidu's presentation. Sorry, Dumidu, over to you.
Okay, I hope the PowerPoint presentation can be visible to everyone.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Dilini. And today my research presentation is the proposed amendment to the Revocation of Irrevocable Deeds of Gifts in the Gross Ingratitude Act number 5 of 2017, a critical analysis with reference to the related Roman Dutch law principle. And this is the outline of my research presentation. First, I would like to talk about the introduction, research problem, research objective, methodology, discussion, and finding, and finally, I would like to give a conclusion. When it comes to the introduction, the Roman Dutch law principle of justa causa is based and underlying the values of generosity, kindness, and affection, helping to create legally binding obligations upon parties and instances of gifts and donation under the Sri Lankan legal system. And under the Roman Dutch law, the donee has a right to revoke a deed of gift due to the gross ingratitude, and this aspect is governed by the revocation of irrevocable deeds of gift under the ground of gross ingratitude, Act number 5 of 2017 in Sri Lanka. When it comes to my research problem, at the outset, the 2017, this legislation has numerous errors. So we can find out 3 numerous errors. The first one is favoring to avoid risk faced by the banking sector rather than the property interest of the individuals, and the duration of litigation, at the same time neglecting the title registration framework. And the proposed bill was gazetted on 29th April 2022 and appears to resolve such issues in terms of revisiting the principles of Roman Dutch law, which are neglected by the principal enactment. Therefore, my main research problem is, does the proposed amendment address the lacunas made by the Act number 5 of 2017, the principal enactment? The objective of this research is to appreciate the changes made by the proposed bill and highlight issues that need to be resolved in light of Roman Dutch law principle related to the specific ongoing economic crisis in the country. And if I pay your attention to the methodology, this research is a survey based on textbooks, journal articles, law enactments, and case law. The collecting secondary data sources, library, and internet resources have been utilized. So particularly and very basically, this is a desk-based research. And if I move to the discussion and findings, the objective of enacting 2017 Act is to enact to provide for revocation of irrevocable deed of gift on the ground of gross ingratitude and for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto. At the same time, therefore, this proposed bill is an act to amend, right? Act to amend the revocation of irrevocable deed of gift on the ground of gross ingratitude, Act number 5 of 2017, as per their long title. When it comes to this Wilson versus Sumanavati case, a donor can revoke an irrevocable deed of gift by executing a deed of revocation without filing action and obtaining a decision of the court. However, this is not the previous legal position on the subject matter, and due to that, the banking sector faced difficulties in order to grant loans that produce the title revocable deed of gift. Though the Act number 5 of 2017 required a decision of a court of law in revocation of irrevocable deed of gifts, it has numerous issues, and the proposed amendment is appeared to resolve those issues. So when it comes to the findings, number 1, the first finding of this research, you can see when it comes to the comparison of section 2 of the proposed bill, in the 2017 Act, though the gross ingratitude is recognized as a ground for revoking an irrevocable deed of gift, it does not confirm the last resort power of the court in revocation. Because as you could see in the section 2 of 2017 Act, it states an irrevocable deed of gift may be revoked, as such revocation can be made by the competent court. However, in the proposed amendment, while recognizing the gross ingratitude as a ground for revoking an irrevocable deed of gift, it confirms the last resort power of the court for revocations. So it is clearly reflected in the words of shall only be, right? Therefore, such revocation must be only be made by a competent court. So that competent court can be identified as the district court. And the legal implication or the impact of this amendment, the proposed amendment, can be identified as a positive impact because it confirms the power of the court as a last resort in this area, because only the court of law can order for revocation in irrevocable deed of gift based on gross ingratitude of the donee. Therefore, the donor must file a case against the donee and prove the case before the court. And when it comes to the second finding, with regard to the section 3 of the section 3, the Act number 5 of 2017, the gross ingratitude must occur within a 10 years period of execution of the deed of gift. Meanwhile, within 2 years of such gross ingratitude, the donor must file a case, and this 2-year period can be recognized as the prescribed time period for litigation. In the proposed amendment, the gross ingratitude can occur at any time within the lifetime of the donor. The lifetime component is an amount to be revisited in the Roman Dutch law principle, because in Roman Dutch law, it does not limit the period where gross ingratitude can occur. Therefore, according to the proposed amendment, the donor should file a case to request revocation of the gift based on the gross ingratitude against the donee within 3 years of such gross ingratitude. And this 3-year prescribed time period is similar to this section 10 of the prescription ordinance. The legal impact of this amendment can be identified as Roman Dutch law does not limit the duration of gross ingratitude that can be occurred. Here, as long as the donee has title to the respective donation, the donor has a passive right to the donation concerning the gross ingratitude. The proposed amendment recognizes the notion of the concept of donation in Roman Dutch law based on justa causa throughout the lifetime of the donor. Therefore, it can be argued this provision is appeared to be revisiting the Roman Dutch law principle of revocation of irrevocable deeds of gift. When it comes to the positive impact of section 3 of the proposed amendment, you can see this makes donor vigilant on their rights when the donee violate the notion of the concept of donation. At the same time, this can be argued as a purely legal implication. And the second impact is that it ensures good companionship between the parties and uphold the notion and values of the making gifts. Therefore, however, this can be identified as an extra legal positive impact. And when it comes to the negative impact of section 3 of the proposed amendment, the bankers disinclined to grant loans to donees, since the donor can revoke the gift at any time within his or her lifetime based on gross ingratitude. This is an inherent risk. This is an inherent risk of donation. Therefore, it is a bit unfair to a donee, and they have to wait until the death of the donor to get released from this inherent risk. On the other hand, it is a safeguard for bankers to maintain their credit proceedings without taking a risk. At the same time, this negatively impacts on the development of such lands, because this inherent risk disinclining the donors to develop their gifts, ultimately country's economic growth will be affected in the sphere of land development. When it comes to section finding 3, the section 4 of the proposed amendment, it recognizes the relevant court as the district court to institute an action. At the same time, the new amendment very descriptively elaborates the procedure involved in registering list pendants that is unsatisfactorily treated by the existing section 4 of the Act number 5 of 2017. And the proposed provision further outlines that the registered attorney at law for the plaintiff shall file a declaration stating that the relevant entries in the land registry or the title registry, as the case may be, have been duly and personally examined by him, and no other person shall be made as a party to such case to give notice as per such entries. So this provision helps to avoid unnecessary delays in dragging these kinds of land disputes or land matters, and ensures the adjudication without further delay. Therefore, it will be a relief for the parties and approximate justice to the people who already suffered. Another significant aspect is the district court. The district court may, if it is satisfied of the content of the declaration. So this is a new provision introduced by the proposed amendment. And based on that, the district court shall issue summons. And this proposed provision grants district court to discretionary power, kind of a discretionary power in the first instance of the case. In this situation, the court would consider whether there is a prima facie case or not for going forward. The last finding of this research is when it comes to the comparison of Section 6, in this 2017 Act, it neglects the title registration system, and it is a significant lacuna since the title registration system in operation. However, the proposed amendment identified this lacuna and makes provision to recognize the title registration as well. Therefore, the practice who made irrevocable gift under the title registration system comes under the purview of this legislation, and this can be considered as a positive outcome of the proposed amendment. Finally, who has the power to alter the Roman Dutch law? So it's a very famous case and very leading case, the Priyani Soisa versus Rienzi Asakuratna case. So as per the Justice Dhiraratna, you can see, I think we are not entitled as judges to change the materials of the Roman Dutch law, but are only permitted to iron on its creases whenever the necessity arises. Effecting structural alteration to the common law should be exclusively preserved of the legislation. Therefore, the legislature changed the Roman Dutch law principle in 2017 through Act number 5 of 2017, and is now again revisited to the principles of Roman Dutch law through the proposed amendment. In my conclusion, in inherent uncertainty of the title and how it is possible to certain the title of the donee. So it's a question. The very answer that can be given, perhaps the donee should sell the donated property. So that is the one of solution he can take. And if not, inherent risk of revocation of the gift will remain throughout the lifetime of the donor. At the same time, most significantly, this will ensure the good companionship between the parties and uphold the notion and values of making gifts. However, land development will be affected severely, and it directly and indirectly impacts the development of the country. Therefore, the legislature must strike a balance between the rights of the parties to donation and the country's economic growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dimitri. Over to sir. Over to you, sir and madam.
Okay. Thank you very much for the good piece of research that you have carried out, and also you have come up with good solutions to the practical issues. One concern that I have is, had that been the Savitri madam, Professor Gunasekara madam would not approve this kind of research without reference to Dona Podinona Ranavira Manike versus Rohini Senanayaka 92 to SLR 180, because that principle was enunciated by Honorable Justice Dr. Amara Singh in that case. Only after that case, the people, the legal luminaries, turned their eyes on this particular issue. Therefore, Dumindu, I think it will enrich if you look back to this leading landmark case in the Sri Lankan legal landscape, which shed light on this particular issue, after which everybody's eyes turned on this, consequently brought forward this piece of legislation. So I think because your topic itself suggests that you are paying your attention to the Roman Dutch law principle. Where to extract the Roman Dutch law principle, nowhere else it is to go back to this basic case, principal turning point, the Dona Podinona Ranavira Manike case. I think if you forget that basic principle, it should be something lacking in your research. Please include that. Otherwise, you have done very practical socio-economic research, realizing the social strata and also the pain of donating everything that parents have to their beloved children. But love, affectionate and benevolent, out of love, affectionate and benevolent feelings. But of course, the reality in the economic world today is otherwise, and we are going to fix that problem through a kind of legislation. So I think other than this, the Roman Dutch law principle, where the very principle has been enunciated by the court, the research is excellent, and we would like to look forward to reading your research paper in the weeks to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Let me very quickly come up with my comments on your paper at the interest of time, and I wish to record my appreciation for selecting a private law issue which is very much affecting the social strata as well as the economic development of the country, the revocation of a gift. I think it's very rarely the legal scholars tend to do research with regard to Roman Dutch law principles, but you reminded us still Roman Dutch law principles remain valid in our country as the residual common law of the country. So I wish to say that now if you take this research, there are two perspectives. One is from the donor's perspective and another from the donor's perspective. So that we have to look at even the cultural context. We are coming from the Eastern civilization and the culture, and we think that I mean from the West, that could be once a gift is given, it is final and last, and that will be given, and there will not, it will not walk through back to the donor. But in our country, especially the Roman Dutch law principles tell us that revocation can be done if gross ingratitude would be established. So the concept of gross ingratitude itself is very controversial. What would amount to the gross ingratitude? I think Roman Dutch law, case law, as Sampath Puncheva said, as well as the scholars such as Professor Savitri Gunasekara, Professor Sharyas Carnival, Justice Amarasinghe, and I am overwhelmed to hear when you mention about the Priyan Silva Soisa versus Riyanse Asakularatne case. I think that phrase by Justice Dheeratne has been something printed in my mind. The gap and the divided role between the legislature and the judiciary. Judges are not permitted, despite the fact that they are the legal luminaries, but to change the law. But they can iron out the creases if the material that they find as somewhat not well presented, but they cannot change the material, only iron out creases. I think this is a very good research. I personally felt that you are trying to talk more about the donee and the protection of the rights of the donee than over the donor. This is something, could be some generational thing, but anyway, I mean, we have several ways of disposing of property, such as a transfer and all these things, but donation is done. Sometimes the donors that thinking that when they are at distress, the donee should look them after. I remember Ronald Dawkins once he said, if a property is disposed, that is not donati inter vivos, but mortis causa, by a grandfather over a last will to the grandson, on his demise, the grandson to be inherited the property through that last will, but grandson wanted to kill the grandfather to grab the property before to make his death happen soon. Whether that grandson should be inherited that property. So there is something called the principle and the rule and the morality issues. I invite you to look at Ronald Dawkins, and from some jurisprudential lenses, that will make your argument much sound. So congratulations, Dumidu. Thank you very much for picking such a very important contemporary issue for your research. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Madam and Sir for your very fascinating comments, and I'll definitely consider and add your instructions and comments, Madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dumidu. Thank you very much, sir and Madam. I don't see any raises hand to ask the questions, so we can, if you don't have questions, we can proceed to wrap up this session. Isuru, over to you, and thank you very much for helping organizing this session throughout the entire journey of this conference. Thank you, Isuru.
Okay, thank you. So that marks the end of the successful end of the session titled Impact on the Crisis on Law and Order. So before concluding the session, I would like to express my sincere thanks and deep sense of appreciation to Professor Sampath Puncheva, the Dean of the Faculty of Law, and Chair Professor Vasantha Senaviratne for invaluable insights which enrich the session into a higher level. Also, I would like to thank four presenters for their academic presentations which really made the session a reality. So finally, I would like to, I don't know, we have very limited time, but finally, I would like to invite everyone to turn on your camera for a final virtual photograph, which can be the mark of the end of this session. Thank you very much. Can everyone turn on your cameras to take a photograph? Okay, so thank you very much. That marks the closing of the session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Visuru. Thank you, Dilini, and everybody for having organized this very successful event.
Thank you.
Mr. Janaka, am I audible? Shall we start? Or do we have to wait for some other couple of minutes?
Dr. Dinuka,
Yes.
you can start.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, everybody. And we are in the session track 5 of the session 2. The theme is vulnerability and resilience, women, children, and other vulnerable groups. So, the first of all, I would like to introduce our two main chairpersons. Dr. Dinuka Vijayatunga and Professor O.G. Dayaratna Banda will chair this session. So I would like to introduce Professor O.G. Dayaratna Banda first. He's from the Department of Economics and Statistics from the University of Peradeniya. He has completed his PhD in economics from the National University of Singapore, and he has been a visiting research professor in the University of Waterloo in Canada and in the Transylvania University in Romania. So he's the former dean for the Faculty of Arts, University of Peradeniya. For 6 years, he worked as the dean. And Dr. Dinuka Vijayatunga is from the Department of Marketing, Faculty of Management and Finance, and she has completed her PhD from the University of Melbourne, Australia, and she's the editor-in-chief of the Colombo Business Journal for the moment. Over to you, madam and sir. We'll start with the presentation of organizational resilience in a crisis, bibliometric analysis. Over to you, madam, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sunanda. I think, welcome, Dr. Dinuka. Yes, please go ahead. I think Dushanti who is presenting, Vivek, right? Vivek.
Dushanti Lokuge, sir.
No, sir. The first one is from DG Lokuge, 5.1. First presentation from the session would be
Grooming organizational resilience, right?
Yes, grooming organizational resilience in crisis.
Ms. Lokuge, you can go ahead. Yes.
Sir, can you all see the slideshow?
I can see.
Yes, we can see. You can go ahead.
Okay, right. Good morning, everyone. I am Dushanti Dinusha Lokuge, and Professor Arunashanta Gamage is the co-author of this ongoing research paper. Before begin my presentation, I shall be thankful for all the coordinators who organized 4th International Symposium on Social Sciences and Humanities 2022 at the virtual platform of National Center for Advanced Studies in Humanities and Social Sciences. Today, this presentation is going to be on grooming organizational resilience in a crisis, a bibliometric analysis. So you might be very inquisitive about what is organizational resilience. Actually, it refers to the perceived capacity of the organizations to adapt to the disturbances and seize the opportunities available during the crisis scenario and emerging from the challenged environment and bring back the organization to survival and sustain, basically. So the benefits of being a resilient organization, if the organization can become resilient, it is possible to gain competitive advantage by tapping the opportunities available after the crisis condition. Another thing is the organization, while becoming a resilient, can contribute to speed up and successfully recover the community. Recovering, they can assist. So there are two objectives of this study. In the absence of a lot of literature relating to the organizational resilience, so I have going to examine the scientific studies published in reputed journals and who are the co-authors, then to recognize how they address the changes and challenges in the nurturing process of resilient organizations in the crisis history. So this is the research design of the bibliometric analysis. First, I have searched in the Scopus database, the organizational resilience and crisis and the resilience from 1992 to 2022. Then the research papers published in English medium. So with the title review, I was able to find out 923 relevant articles as a CSV file. Then it has been imported to Bibliometric's open source software, which is given with the BiblioShiny and R package. So then out of that topmost 20 papers published, I have identified 13 relevant research papers gone for full review. So then I have identified most cited authors, most cited journals, articles, and the word cloud trending topics that appeared. So when it comes to these annual publications, so you can see from 2018 to 2022, there is a steady growth of publications relating to organizational resilience and crisis. So these are the most relevant sources according to the number of citations they have categorized. Sustainability, Switzerland, the journal, Advances in Intelligent Systems and Computing, Journal of Business Continuity and Emergency Planning, and so forth, have categorized according to the highest cited and lowest cited journals. There are 20 cited journals identified. Then the source dynamics, or the growth in the number of journal articles in the these journals being recognized next. You can see from 2010 to 2022, with the growth of economic crisis and other pandemic and the political turmoils, academic focus was driven to from 10 to 2022. It has increased in this particular area of research. Then most cited research work by author and the country. So some of the authors being separately recognized: organizational learning, adaptive capacity, risk management, resilience, uncertainty are contributing to the organizational resilience part, whereas some other authors directly focus on organizational resilience. And most of the authors are coming from the New Zealand, China, USA, Australia, UK, and Canada. So this is always coming with the corresponding authors by country. As I have mentioned earlier, USA, UK, Australia, China, Canada are the most frequently researched authors are available. Then most cited documents by citations. It has been discussed, given the list. I have identified the first 20 topmost scholars articles as the software generated. So top authors publications over the period also generated by the software. Then the word cloud. So they have focused in the word cloud. Most of the articles being coming from the human, or with the pandemic, they have recognized how the crisis being focused on people's perspective, and then the COVID-19, leadership, risk assessment, risk management, and the other pandemic situations like SARS being discussed here mostly by the authors. Then the thematic evolution from 1992 to 2019, and then 2020 to 2022. So the organizational resilience earlier discussed separately from disaster planning, but now both the scholars have taken both the areas together and developing more research articles relating to the decision-making part. Similarly, human resource and the human perspective earlier discussed as a separate topic, but now they are taking that aspect also into the organizational resilience related research work, because the employee resilience they found as the core of the organizational resilience part. Then the patient safety earlier discussed, but with the pandemic now they are looking at the health sector development. Then by looking at the topmost scholarly articles, as I mentioned, I have gone through in depth how they are addressing the organizational resilience under crisis, what are the dimensions, what are the indicators. Then Wood 2006, 3 Cs, they have found commitment, competence, cognitions, and then 4 principles like principles, policies, and practices can be developed by these 3 Cs. Herrera and Hoven 2008, looking at buffering capacity, flexibility, cross-scale interaction. Sullivan, Taylor, and Aniki, and then 2011, looking at the resourcefulness, technical support, organizational structure, rapidity in responding. So they were basically looking at the resourcefulness or the resource-based view and try to look at how the organizational resilience can be groomed under crisis, where Lee, Vargo, and Civil 2013, looking at the situation awareness, management of keystone vulnerability, adaptive capacity, whereas the Ducek 2014 anticipation, then anticipation capability of them, how to forecast, to prevent actions and the coping capabilities, accepting, searching for solutions, and implementing solutions. Whereas Ranke, Steer, and then the Sullivan, Taylor, they were talking about the financial resources, organizational learning, interpersonal relationships, and then relational resources, and high reliability organization theory. High reliability organizations are like these nuclear power plants, how they are maintaining their resilience through employee training. They have adopted and developed the theory. Then Civil in 2018, then they have recognized 3 dimensions and 13 indicators out of it: leadership and culture, change ready, network, and relationship. Similarly, Sahejan and then the Torabi and the Mansouri in 2018, they found out that contingency plan preparation like business continuity planning, disaster recovery planning are important in addressing organizational resilience. While some of the Ocheston and then the Prague and Brown 2016, situation awareness, unity of purpose, and then strategic partnership, internal resources, proactive leadership, and then planning strategies, in staff engagement, knowledge, innovation, creativity, and the decision-making, stress testing plans. So this is importance of this particular paper was because they are addressing the innovations, how it can be looking when the organization is under a crisis. So then Saka, Green, and then the Clegg in 2017 identified the business impact analysis, organizational culture, commitment, and then the risk management, communication, connection, decision-making, and financial management is important. Hatton, Natal, and 2018, culture cohesion, the agility or speed up in delivery, change readiness and external networks, situational awareness, leadership, information sharing, and the risk management, adaptive capacity, innovativeness, creativity, strong business partnership, understanding, managing the supply chain, recognized the redundancy here. Redundancy means try to keep some of the resources by anticipating in the future. The resources will be used when there is a crisis. Similarly, breaking silos. Another important point came up with the Brown, then Civil and Virgo. That is, instead of employees being confined to one functional area, they are being interconnected with the other functional areas and learning new things when it is helpful for everybody under a crisis that the organization can face quickly. So internal resources, unity of purpose, crisis preparedness through the emergency crisis and the business continuity plans. 2019, the psychological resilience, that employees hope, efficacy, then optimism and the resiliency, how it can help for the organization to successfully face the crisis. Hillman and Guthan and 2020, resilient behavior like acceptance, facing down reality, and then the resilience resources like relational, emotional, cognitive structures and the resilience capabilities, manipulation, sense making, the resilience response, resistance, time of recovery, and the resource access are the areas that need to be keen on when they want to groom or develop in the organizational resilience. Saka and Clegg 2021 recognize that the business opportunities sees bricolage. What is bricolage is with the available resources, what are the new things they can do when there is a crisis. Then the rapid responses to radically change situations and ambidextrous relations between the resilience and agility. So the organizations might need to be multitasking, where they can easily survive when there is a crisis. And the agility is the rapid response to the changes within the business environment, sense making, learning to learn. Even under a crisis, the employees need to learn new things, completely new things sometimes, in order to adapt to the changes. So they can quickly sense the changes, also sense making. Chen, Si and Liu, 2021, finally found out there are 5 points that need to be addressed, like capital resilience, strategic resilience, cultural, relational, and the learning resilience. In the capital resilience, they say adequate infrastructure and financial resources need to be there, and the long-term plan is needed to be there, strategic resilience and cultural resilience. So with that, I'm coming to conclusion of my presentation. So becoming a resilient organization which can gain multiple benefits in a business environment. And in the absence of local studies, I have gone to this bibliometric analysis and found top-rated journals and key authors of the area and how they have identified the most important dimensions of organizational resilience. And finally, scholars have emphasized for the disaster recovery, agility, flexibility, and bricolage are most important points than traditional view of the redundancy or resourcefulness. So these are my references. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Lokuge.
Yeah.
Dr. Dinuka, if you want to go ahead and...
That's okay, Professor, you can start.
Yes, yes, I think Ms. Dinuka, Ms. Lokuge, I think you have done, as far as I can understand, maybe Dr. Dinuka will correct, a review, kind of a review. So I would say, don't use the word examine, it's a review. It's a review. Second, I think I just want to know, is a studies done in various parts of the world you have done. Is there anything that you found related to Sri Lanka or Sri Lankan organizations? Are there any studies that you have come across?
Yes, I have came across with the Morato University. One of the publications was there relating to the financial sector's organizational resilience, but they have not generalized anything. And then they have come up with a framework, but it's not possible to generalize the findings. Then another systematic review done by University of Waimbur, some of the scholars. So far only these two articles I came across, even though it's not the conference proceedings were there. So they are the things locally I have identified. Therefore, I have to go for some sort of, to recognize the gap, I have gone for the international publications, like taking this bibliometric analysis.
Yes, good. So you didn't think that you have to, you should be doing something about the lack of studies.
Yeah,
There's serious gap.
Yes. My focus is on organizational resilience, how it is influencing onto the psychological capital of the middle managers. So that is a study right at the moment I am undertaking for my PhD.
Okay.
So this is a fundamental area where I tried to figure out what are the dimensions they were looking at under the this organizational resilience.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Dinuka, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Professor. Ms. Lukuge, again, thank you very much for the presentation. You seem to have done a nice bibliometric analysis. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, madam.
Right. So what the way I see bibliometric analysis is, it's a computer assisted systematic review, right?
Yeah.
So what I feel is that I've come across this issue with many these computer assisted reviews, is that you tend to get too bogged down in the technical output, computer output of the review, rather than making use of that output. Like, for example, when you report in a paper, which countries have published most, who are the most cited authors, and so on, they are not of much importance or interest to a reader.
Yeah.
So what I would suggest is, like, first of all, you need to have a clear problem in terms of why you are doing this systematic analysis. And in your case, I understood it as understanding how the authors have looked at the changes and challenges of resilience, perhaps in crisis, right? So that's fine. And then now, what I would like to suggest is, now you've done the initial part where the computer can assist you. Now it's up to you to make use of that. For example, now the most cited articles will tell you these are the seminal papers in the arena. So then that helps you to sort of look at what are the key debates that these people have started. And the same thing with the thematic evolution, how the debates have changed over the years, and so on. So, and the word cloud will tell you what are the key things that people have been discussing about. So instead of reporting those in your paper, the review, what you need to do is to make use of those to do a critical review. And if you look now in your final session slides from 14 to 16, what you presented was what we call it annotated bibliography, because you summarize each paper separately. Now, when you summarize, 14, 15 papers one by one, it doesn't, give much insight to the reader about what is the overall, what's the overall situation in this body of literature. So what you now need to do is to go beyond that. So this is a really good start, I would say. You have a very good start. What I would suggest is do a synthesis of these papers and come up with a critical review that will help you to showcase your knowledge gaps and, to show what are the trends and so on, whatever that is in relation to the research problem that you're addressing in your review. So, so I would say that this is a really good start, but don't get bogged down in the technical. I mean, all of us are like that. When we see a lot of beautiful computer outputs, we want to tell everybody about those, but make use of those. Don't become a slave to the computer outputs and do the review. The rest is now in, here. You can make use of that information and do a review. So wish you all the best for your PhD studies and for a really good systematic review later.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, madam.
Yes, Ms. Lobuge, I think as Dr. Dinuka said, we need to hear the story that you want to tell us. And you may be using others' ideas, but I think when you are doing a PhD, original contribution means that you are telling a story. So that make, I think in here also, when you review the literature, you must tell a story of your own. And that you need to figure out as to how to, I think. Okay, shall we wrap up this one? Shall we move to the next? Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
We will move to the next one. That's breaking the barriers, social entrepreneurship during the times of crisis. Dr. Sunanda, is that the one?
Yes, sir. That is the one. That is the second one. Mr. Madhushan will present it.
Yes, Madhushan. Mr. Madhushan, please go ahead.
Good morning, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, good morning. We can hear you. Yes. Please go ahead. Madhushan,
you can go ahead.
We can
Yes.
hear you. Just go ahead.
Mr. Madhushan, you can proceed with your presentation.
Right. Good morning, everyone.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. And today we are about to present on the breaking the barriers and the social entrepreneurship during the times of downturn. I'm Madhushan myself. And these are the contents of the presentation.
Mr. Madhushan, can I interrupt? Can you put the slide presentation on presentation mode, please? Then we'll be able to see.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks.
Now, okay, Mr. Madhushan.
Right. The introduction part of this research signifies that in the face of the modern global depression like the one we are facing today, where economy is foreseen to be contracting, capital gains, wipe out, rise in unemployment, and the well-defined infrastructure network is more developed, economics is shaken. It is important to once go back to the principles of entrepreneurship. So as a macro as a mean to survive, necessity-based entrepreneurship, pushes individuals and businesses into a form of innovation that allows them to create again in order to support their livelihood. So in saying that, however, in the times of crisis we are facing, like today, a sense of community should also be at the forefront of a social entrepreneur's mind, as it is not only enough to create a gain for oneself, but the assistance for the wider community should also be provided. So hence, the social entrepreneurship might be a key in combining the impact of the economic crisis. So therefore, the overriding aim of this study is to explore how this crisis affect the social entrepreneurship and how the social entrepreneurship can be used to solve the social big issues, right? So the literature review, the societies face complex issues as a result of crisis. natural occurrences like earthquakes, storms, pandemics, technological malfunctions, or the societal activities like large-scale migratory patterns may all cause them. So although civilizations have always had the crises, academics assert that because of the contemporary societies, technical susceptibility, and global interconnections, the crises are new normal. However, unprecedentedly, the social enterprises are increasingly seen as a salient organizational form of, to prioritize regions that experience state failure. The dominant and the guiding discourse is one about the radical and the transformative power of the market to reform, while the operational day-to-day debate is one about the social values. So lucidly, literature shows that the social entrepreneurship uses the entrepreneurial process to bring about the significant societal change. So when it comes to the methodology, so to investigate the crisis situations we have shaped social entrepreneurial opportunities in the crisis, we chose a qualitative research design investigating such social entrepreneurs activities in Sri Lanka. So the participants were 24 social entrepreneurs from different areas such as manufacturing, social sector organizations in Sri Lanka. So in order to collect the information from the informants, the research used the maximum variation sampling approach. Maximum variation sampling approach is one of the emerging and the resilient sampling technique used specifically in management and entrepreneurial fields. So it permits the accomplishment of significant results that more representative than those produced from the random sample in the face of lack of data. Right. When it comes to the result and discussions, in every aspect of the society, there have been economic, social, political, and cultural obstacles. So the implementation, specifically the implementation of lockdown regulations, necessitated draconian measures, with many nations putting more funds into the health sector and producing assistance for those who are unable to work in the research. So the epidemic of coronavirus has compelled institutions to reconsider how the government state operates, and various institutions, including charities and non-governmental organizations, as well as the public and the commercial sectors, are driving forces in the fight against this kind of economic crisis. So based on the informant revealments, we found for salient themes that make social entrepreneurs more resilient during the times of downturn. When it comes to the social innovation, so this is the informant manifestations. This is specifically true for groups that work in the education and the social service fields. However, a lack of comprehensive knowledge of the relationship between the social circumstances precipitated by the crisis and the entrepreneurial potential for social innovation that these conditions generate, as well as how social entrepreneurs interact with this relationship. So specifically, the recent studies also emphasized the such solutions as the technological, social, economic advances may contribute to the social entrepreneurs more successful. And leadership and management, and there's some interview manifestations specified right there. So basically, this deals with, in every organizations, whether the governmental or the commercial or the non-profit or leadership or the management are essential. So both institutions and complement one another. So the both notions have distinct but complementary meanings. So based on the the finding, we define leadership in an organization is all about establishing a clear course of action and a compelling vision. Specifically, we define leadership is the ability to determine the others to participate in a certain way, being a progress of orientation of some people by means of communications and convictions of complex of elements that regards the trust in the people going to the same direction. The mission of in this case analyzed of the analyzed system, the collective decision and the motivation of human resources. So the dark side of crisis is another major theme we found. The research on the concomitant the crisis that have emerged at the beginning of the decade, provides insight into some role social businesses play in times of crisis and how they are affected by the crisis. So in addition, the recent research evidences provide insight into how the specific possibilities and the problems faced by social companies adapt in times of the social transition. Despite the fixed operating expenses, several institutions saw fast income decreases at their breakouts onset. Specifically, the years 2020 and the 2021 have provided businesses and other organizations a unique economic experience. Massive layoffs, company closures, and the price inflations have resulted from all these economic crises, and specifically epidemic. And many individuals have refused to return to work after being laid off or having worked remotely. And so according to some company owners, the epidemic and specifically the economic crisis have made doing businesses more challenging than in recent past years. So specifically, the social capital, the social human capital, and the resources, entrepreneurial network, research and development, crisis management systems, and the financial reserves, and all contribute to the valuability of success of social entrepreneurs. However, without the ability to continue operations during the times of crisis, the social entrepreneurs cannot produce positive social change nor prevent harmful societal changes via the activities. And the mission agility is another major theme we found. Specifically, based on the informant manifestations, the agility of a business depends on its organizational structure and, more particularly, its approach to command and control. So approaches to, command and control and the resultant organizations vary considerably in terms of the agility they provide, or perhaps more precisely in terms of the limits imposed on the agility, such as constraints on information exchange, interactions, or the asset use. So when it comes to the implications of this study, so this study examines the role of social entrepreneurs or the social entrepreneurship in resolving significant global crisis in time, making the use of unique opportunity. So this study is the utmost significance of for laying the groundwork for good practice research and policy regarding social entrepreneurship as a tool for addressing these difficulties, which are certain to occur. To policymakers in the modern era, the social entrepreneurship stands a beacon of hope, since it is perceived as a bigger inventor for solutions. So our research adds to this, the study of entrepreneurship and the crisis by demonstrating how entrepreneurs, specifically social entrepreneurs, become proactive actors in mitigating the adverse effects of the crisis. And also the findings demonstrate a crisis fast-moving, dynamic occurrences that need adaptation, modifications, and creativity from varied participants groups. So we also discovered instances of successful behavior in players who are able, despite difficult circumstances, to successfully control conflict, create and attain a shared vision. I just to rapidly changing situations and emerging structures, and innovative in the face of anticipated circumstances. Further, this study found that several social environmental initiatives developed during the economic downturn, either as a self-employment alternative or to unemployment, or as a for-profit enterprises launched for non-profit organizations in response to the decreased state expenditures in this area, right? So this article concludes with some recommendations for educating social workers and conducting future research in this emerging area of inquiry, specifically in Sri Lankan country context. While several social companies produce solutions to address social issues, the mere availability of the interventions does not guarantee its efficacy. Consequently, the research should be undertaken on the effect of the result of social entrepreneurship initiatives to determine the genuine worth. Examining these factors is crucial for comprehending the durability and the effectiveness of social businesses, revenue generating method for addressing social issues. Nevertheless, there's a depth of study in the involvement in tackling key societal challenges such as public health concerns, radical strife, and economic recessions. So these are the references of.
Okay, Mr. Madhushan, can you actually switch on your video so that I think audience can see you?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I think in your study, were you focusing on entrepreneurship overall or social entrepreneurship? I was
specifically, we focus on social entrepreneurship in times of downturn, in developing country context. Yeah.
Developing country context or developed country context?
Developing country context, because we identified a major gap. There are, research on the link between the crisis situation and social entrepreneurship is flat for in developed country context. When it comes to the developing countries, the research on the link, those links are, it's still infancy. So therefore, the void should be addressed by the proper research. So that's our research gap.
Yes, and also is this since I am not clear to me, is this a review that you are doing, or
it's a qualitative? It's a qualitative.
Qualitative, but based on the secondary.
No, we've conducted an interview, so based on the interview revealments, manifestations, and with the support of the strong literature, past literature, we found themes that can be used by entrepreneurs to become more resilient during the times of crisis.
And also the social entrepreneurship is actually entrepreneurship in addressing social issues, basically. And did you select any social issues or general? Any specific social issues or?
No, sir. No, any specific social issues. It's a common one. It can be women issues or healthcare, education, poverty, infrastructure, agriculture, whatsoever.
Okay, generally, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Dinuka, I think you can go ahead.
Thank you, Professor. Mr. Madhushan, thank you for selecting very interesting area for study. I think it's a very timely topic as well. And you also have some interesting findings based on your presentation and some of the what I read from your abstract. What I would like to suggest is that perhaps you can approach the data with a bit more focus, because what I think it's also reflected in the questions of Professor Daratna Bandara also, because it's not very clear, it wasn't very clear to me what your research problem was. And from the abstract, I understood that It's about, it has two dimensions, how the crisis affects social entrepreneurship on one side, and how social entrepreneurship can be used to solve larger social issues. So in a sense, to me, I felt it was perhaps a bit too broad as a research problem. And also, I think this is one of the concerns that we have when we do qualitative research. I'm a qualitative researcher too. Now, when you do quantitative research, when you do develop hypotheses based on literature, that requirement itself forces the researcher to be focused on something very specific. Whereas in qualitative research, that doesn't happen. Now, that gives us a lot of freedom to sort of, do something very broad. That is fine, but we require precision in terms of what exactly are we looking at. And then when we get the findings, how do we sort of structure them in presenting a coherent single story that sort of, pulls everything together. And this is where I feel that you could have made use of one or more theories as a kind of a framing device. Because if you selected one or more theories you can do it upfront before you collect the data also. But now that the data is there, perhaps look at some theories in social entrepreneurship to frame your findings. Because when you try to frame it with literature, it lacks, again, it sort of lacks that focus. And also the concepts that you have selected are very broad. Like, for example, social innovation is a subject. It's not a, it's not a single concept as such. There are many different ways in which how social innovation happens, and there are theories that explain social innovation. Leadership and management, again, two disciplines basically. So it's that they're much too broad to interpret findings. So I think if you theorize your findings, utilizing some sort of a theory or a framework in social entrepreneurship, you will probably be able to present a much more coherent sort of overall story, which I think will be very interesting.
And I truly accept that. Yes, madam. Yeah.
So yeah, thank you very much. And I hope that you will actually make use of this very interesting data set to develop some really good papers. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks so much, madam. Thanks, sir.
Any more questions from the audience? If not, we can move on to the next presentation. Professor O.G. Dayaratna and Dr. Dinuka, third and fourth presenters are not presenting today, since we have to move on to the fifth one, impact of ongoing economic crisis for women. Ms. D.L. and Lienige will present it.
Third and fourth, not absent?
No, sir, they are not presenting today.
Okay, for fifth one,
okay.
Right?
Okay, sir.
Okay, please go ahead.
Ms. Lienige, you can start the presentation, can proceed.
Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear
yes.
you.
Excuse me, can one of the hosts mute Mr. Madhushan's mic? It's still on and we can't do anything about it.
Mr. Madhushan? Mr. Madhushan?
The host can mute it. The host
okay.
can mute it.
Okay, it's muted.
Okay, right, now you can start.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to present my presentation about impacts of ongoing economic crisis for women. And this is the overall content of my presentation. And let me give a brief introduction to my research. So as you all know, Sri Lanka is experiencing its worst economic crisis till 17 years ago, actually. And we are experiencing the most repercussions of this economic crisis. And also the political turmoil already hit the island nations from the industries. And Also, the scarcity of essential foods and medicine.
Miss Nimesha, I think Mr. Madhushan is still.
The host can.
No, it's not. It's not Mr. Madhushan. I think the host has the mic switch on. That is why.
Okay,
Right, thank you.
I think you can go ahead.
Yes. Sorry. And also the scarcity of essential food and medicine, healthcare, and cooking fuel will have far-reaching consequences for many Sri Lankans, actually particularly for women rather than men, actually, because they are the one who handling the their household things actually, and also they are vulnerable to socio-economic shocks and have limited access to resource and social protection as well. And when it comes to gender, it's an issue that cuts across all economic and social and political processes. And I have found that basically due to the repercussions of economic crisis, women are the most vulnerable group rather than men, because they have to handle all the household things and while their jobs as well. And the main objective was to identify the impacts of the economic crisis for women and the chapters of violence against women. This is my methodology. So basically, I benefited through secondary data such as pictures, papers, reports, and newspaper articles, and also the reports as well. And through that, I mainly do a kind of in-vivo coding to get a better idea how women are more impacted than men. So that I used MS Excel software, and for the findings, I show my findings like tables and also diagrams as well. And when it comes to results and discussion, among the total population, women and girls indicate 52% of proportion. And the first results I have found is fuel shortage. Due to the severe fuel shortage is limiting access to public and private transport. And due to the fuel shortage, public sector departments are closed weekly on Friday, and as well schools are only functioning a few days a week. And actually when schools are only functioning a few days a week, women have to pay attention to their children, as well as they have to manage their household things and also the job role as well. And the and also here you can see the diagram which shows 1 year price change of petrol, diesel, and gas. And due to that, many Sri Lankans are switching to firewood. And the second one is rising food prices. Among the most food and Sri Lanka's food inflation in March was 30.2%, which means the average price of food costs 30% more compared to the year before. And in comparison, food inflation was minus 1.4% in March of 2019. And among these, soap, milk, and wheat are just a few of the necessities that Sri Lankans have to worry about. And also women are exposed to effects of socio-economic crisis, includes skyrocketing prices and scarcity of their basic needs because they are the one who handling the household things. This shows how Sri Lanka price comparisons among 2020 and 2021 actually, and this shows how milk powder is increased apart from the other things. And another one is high risk of healthcare, and because of the economic crisis, the life-saving drugs, family planning commodities, and test kits are near out of supply, and also it impact to mostly to the women. And it shows that personal care will not be emphasized due to the decrease in family disposable income. As a result of that, women and girls may resort to unsanitary habits, endangering their health and well-being, especially as example of they are exposed to HIV/AIDS as well. And the another thing is, the most important part is gender-based violence. Many complaints of gender-based violence go unreported, and most importantly, the women's voices are not come out to the society. And According to the results and discussion, it shows domestic violence instances accounted for more than 17% of calls received. Most complaints were from Gampaha district, followed by the Colombo, Kandy, Kalutara and Kurunegala districts. And the main reasons I have found for the gender-based violence is increased unemployment, stress associated with family, and also the increased financial insecurity. And another thing is due to the economic crisis, most of the I think not actually women, most of the women, men also have to face loss of job opportunities. Although both men and women are impacted by job losses, the research revealed that women are often laid off first. And recent UN Women research was found that female employment fell by over 8% between among the 600 enterprises examined, and mostly to a 47% drop in skilled female employment in the hospitality industry. This is actually summary of my results and discussion. Most important part, the first thing is it shows acute shortages of food, pharmaceuticals and medical supplies have worsened, and due to the shortages of fuel in the country, transportation remains one of the major issues limiting life-saving movements, especially for pregnant women and girls. And nutritional needs continue to be a challenge, especially Triposha, the main supplement provided for pregnant women and children below the age of 5 years. And last, the deepening of the socio-economic crisis has led to increased anxiety and stress among adolescents and adults. So I am come to my conclusion part, and I have found that throughout the research, there is no procedure in Sri Lanka to support women with employment programming such they are facing like these recent crises, and they have actually there is no procedure to meet their basic needs and strengthen against gender-based violence and ensure the health and protection services. And also there are no procedure to support low-income women to get back to their former positions, at least to fulfill their basic requirements. So actually I think it needs to meet gender mainstreaming, and also both women and men have to meet their equal rights when it compared to the development practices. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nimesha. I think it's a good initial study. I think basically you are focusing on the impact of this on women, basically.
Yes, sir.
And I feel you are focusing on two aspects on this. I just want you to clarify the violence aspect. Now there are laws and acts and various things. No, I think did you specifically study as to why these laws do not work? Because there are a lot of laws, and is it because women do not report them, or because that is the first question. Second question, now this the stimulus that you are talking about for job losses or enterprise losses, are there any specific things that you think that we can do? Because now if you look at government budget is a very, very serious problem. They don't have money, treasury is empty, central bank is empty. So that in this kind of a crisis, is there a possibility for now gender-based, there are NGOs, INGOs, and have they actually got into this stimulus? Those two, can you just elaborate?
Yes, sir. Actually, I have found that the main thing is the not activate the government rules for meeting gender mainstreaming actually. And another thing is some of the NGOs are still working on to support women who are impacted in economical crisis, like UN Women. Actually, they also funded lots of money to meet their basic needs actually. So that's what I found within the research.
Okay, with regard to violence against women, why I think your conclusion is that the existing law doesn't work, is that?
Yes, sir.
So what can you do about it?
I think we have to tighten the rules and regulations, and also
did you check whether women do not report or they report and then no action taken? What is the situation?
no, actually, sir, I have found that their voices actually not come out.
They don't report?
Yeah, sir, yeah.
Okay. Dr. Dinuka, I think you can go ahead.
Thank you, Professor. Ms. Nimesha, again, a very interesting research, but before
Thank
I
you,
start commenting, can you tell me, is this a concluded research or is it ongoing? Is it something that you did or doing for a degree or?
Not actually. I like to continue this research. This is actually the minimum part.
So it's an ongoing study.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Okay. Great. Now, what I would like to, I find it very interesting that you have selected methodology that is not used that much, which is document analysis. And also this selecting violence against women in the context of the crisis. What I would like to suggest, first of all, is to, again, what I see is a bit of a lack of focus, because when you sort of look at the impact of the crisis on women in a very general sense, and you try to present it in a research, it can go here and there. So that is one thing. So what I find it very interesting that you are talking about violence against women in the context of the crisis. Now, if you want to pursue that, I think it's a very interesting area. But now, one of the things for me in this sort of general lack of focus, one of the things for me, the questions that arose in my mind was, what is the link between this violence and the crisis? Because you spoke about the violence sort of as a kind of a separate thing.
Yeah.
Is there something that you can perhaps tell me, and then we'll go forward?
I think actually I saw a kind of relationship between the crisis and the gender-based violence, because due to the repercussions of economic crisis, women have to they have to face a lot of problems with increase in the food prices and the joblessness and all. So I think
no, all that is fine, but how does that relate to violence? How does that link with violence?
Actually, it seems I mentioned about the causes of gender-based violence, and it says increased unemployment and stress associated with family, and increased final insecurity causes to increase gender-based violence, because I saw due to the in the period of economic crisis, it accelerated. So that's why they impacted more actually.
Okay, so that's an interesting area to pursue, I would suggest. And I will, in the interest of time, I'll try to reduce the comments a little bit, because you talked about discourse as your methodology or your approach. What you are doing basically, what you have done so far basically, is using documents to find factual information and identifying relationships. Now, that is not discourse. Discourse is about how the way people talk about things, how the way people report things, construct specific realities around the issue that you are discussing. So, for example, how this domestic violence is reported constructs particular realities about how it happens. It's not about factual, discourse is not about factual information. Discourse is about how language and communication constructs particular realities. So I think if you want to go with discourse analysis, you need to get out of this factual domain and get into how things are constructed. And for that, I think you should perhaps select a particular corpus of documents without sort of, trying to analyze everything.
Yeah.
Particular types of, say, perhaps look at 2 different discourses that are being constructed through 2 different types of documents or something like that. And then again, finally, at the outset or at the end, you need a theory or some sort of a framework to frame these findings, so that you are not simply reporting the information.
Yeah.
Right. So
Sure,
interpreting. Yeah. So that's what I would like to suggest.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments.
Okay, I think Ms. Nimesha, you can focus on them. I think there is a lot of work to be done. I think Dr. Sunanda, shall we move to the next one?
Yes, sir. The thing is, next presenter is not presenting right now, but he has sent the recording. Give me a few seconds to upload it here. Are we going to move with the
Is he there for the discussion?
No, sir. He is not here, but he has sent the recording only.
Dr.
What shall
Dinuka,
we
what
do?
do we do? Because we should hear his presentation only if we can interact with him. So therefore, I think it is not appropriate for us to just listen to his presentation.
Okay, and it defeats the purpose of the conference.
Yeah.
So Dr. Sunanda, shall we wrap up, because I think we need to have some discussion. Otherwise, there is no point in just listening to his presentation. I think Dr. Dinuka, is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine, Professor. I wonder whether any other participants would like to comment on some of the presentations, because they might get, if there are any other participants who would like to perhaps comment on the foregoing presentations, perhaps. If not, I suppose we can wrap up.
Yeah, if other participants do not have any comments or questions about the presentations. Yes, I think as Dr. Dinuka said, Dr. Sunanda, you can go ahead and
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Professor Oji Dayaratna Banda and Dr. Dinuka Vijayatunga for contributing in our session, giving us so valuable comments. And apart from that, I would like to thank Professor Premakumara De Silva, Professor Nirmala Ranjit Devasari, and Dr. Kumudika Boyagoda for initiating this. And thank you so much, all participants. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sunanda, for you also. You did a great job. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dinuka.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, we can hear
Okay,
you.
thank you, Professor Sita. Just a check. Thank you.
Okay.
Professor Tusita Kumar, can you hear?
Yes, sir.
You can start session, Professor Tusita.
Yeah, we are having a little problem with chair, so he asked me to give him 2 minutes more.
Okay.
So I'm waiting for him for the confirmation. If not, I will start the session, sir.
Okay, sir.
Is Sampath there? Sampath, can you hear me? Sampath?
Actually, Sampath is not here at
Not here. Okay. Because Sampath may help him because he said a password is asking by Zoom, which should not be the case. There is no any password.
Yeah, hold on. I'll contact other technical person.
Okay.
Anuradha.
Hello.
Hello.
Madam Tusta.
Yes, Anurag. So our chair, Professor Hevage, he is having a trouble in logging. I have put you the mobile number. Please, can you call him and see what has happened to him?
Professor Hevage.
Yes, KDU, Kotalawala Defense University. So while I will start the session and then please ask him to join in the middle of the session, then we can later transfer the chair.
All right, sure.
Otherwise, we spending time.
All right, okay. Can you pass the message to Professor Dr. Kumudika?
I informed her. Then she asked me to start.
All right.
So you help him. You got the number, eh?
I no, sorry, I don't have the
Professor
file number.
Tusita. Professor Tusita.
Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah.
I'm
Okay,
ready now.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, now we can start.
Yes, Professor Tusita, I'm ready now.
Okay, sir. I was really worried because whether you got were you able to get in or not. So okay, shall we start it? Give me a second. Okay. Very good afternoon to everyone. Chair of the session, Professor Hevage, and all the presenters, invitees, and my dear colleagues, and all the attendees to the conference. So very good afternoon to you all. And I would like to welcome you all back to the 4th International Research Symposium on Social Sciences and Humanities, which we term as IRSSH 2022. This time we have themed it as Sri Lanka in a Crisis, Search for a Way Out. So welcome back you all to the conference after lunch break, and special welcome goes to the 7th session of the parallel sessions of the conference, which is termed as population and migration. So I would like to welcome you all to the 7th session, especially our chair to the session, Professor Hevage, and all the 5 presenters. We are having 5 technical papers, original research articles to be presented in the session, the 7th session. So welcome all the presenters. And also I would like to congratulate all the presenters for being selected for this session, because this is a very important topic or a title today, hot topic, because we reached the 8 billion record of the population, as well as we are having serious concern with the migration with this economic crisis and the pandemic situation, given the present scenario of the country. So therefore, I'm very much happy to be the coordinator of this session, which will be chaired by Professor Hevage. So without taking much time, please let me introduce Professor Hevage to the session. So Professor Hevage, he got his PhD from University of Ruhuna and 2 masters, one from University of London and University of Colombo. Also, he got his bachelor degree from University of Colombo. So presently, Professor Hevage serving as a senior professor at the Surgeon Kotalawala Defense University at the Faculty of Management and Social Sciences and Humanities. He has been appointed as the coordinator, quality assurance cell of the faculty. Earlier, he was a senior professor attached to the Department of Geography, University of Ruhuna. He taught several modules in the university, including geography, transport geography, population geography, medical geography, and cartography. He was the director to the career guidance units of the university and head of the Department of Geography and Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at the University of Ruhuna. He was also a visiting lecturer to the Institute of Human Resources Advancement of the University of Colombo and the Department of Geography, University of California. He was a panel member of several institutions, review programs, and reviews of the universities. Professor Haverga's research interests are mainly focused on the examination of how health issues are shaped by spatial factors, and in this context, he has worked in the area of reproductive health, contraceptive use, and in the practice of induced abortion. So I think I don't want to introduce Professor Haverga because he is a well-known character in the geography as well as population, because he is a permanent member in the Population Association of Sri Lanka as well as Population Association of USA and many other associations related to population and geography in the country. So therefore, I'm honored to invite Professor Haverge to start the session. Sir, we are having 5 papers. So we have instructed all the presenters that we will be giving 10 minutes for each presentation. So presenters, please adhere to the time, that is 10 minutes for the presentations, and we can get like 30, 40 minutes for the discussion. So, sir, you may decide the way or the modality that we are going to have the Q&A and the session or the presentation sessions. So thank you very much, sir, coming and joining, and I'm inviting you to start the session. So floor is over to you, sir.
Right. Thank you, Professor Tusita Kumar, for introducing me and giving all the details about the conference and this session. And I welcome you all, including the presenters and the organizers, for the session number 7, Population Movement and Migration. And I think this is a timely topic in the situation that we just received. We just reached 8 billion population in the world. So we are very happy to discuss matters relating to population. And we have 5 scholars making presentations today. And I would be happy without taking any time. We will invite all the presenters to get ready. And we will put all the questions and discussions in the end of all presentations in order to save the time. So all the presenters will be having 10 minutes for their presentation and 5 minutes for the discussion. So may I invite presenter number 1, Mr. K.A.N. Tilakaratna, the Department of Public and International Law, University of Colombo, to make the presentation. The title is, "Does Humanitarian Intervention Provide an Exception to the Prohibition on Use of Force? A Critical Review from a Third World Perspective." And Mr. Tilakaratna, you can start your presentation now.
Yes, I must first of all say good afternoon to all of you. And I must also thank you for accepting my paper. And as has been mentioned now, with an ever-growing population of more than 8 billion, that we are facing many difficulties, unlike we have faced in the past. And one of these can be related to some of the humanitarian crises that has emerged in the recent past. And my presentation is based on this from a legal perspective and international law. So just to give you a background into this research, when you look at the international law as it stands today, there are 2 major principles of international law. Number 1 being that all the states under international law are treated equal, and that no one should be treated differently from the other. So adhering with this, the Article 2, Sub-Article 4 of the United Nations Charter clearly states that all the nations in the world should respect other nations and also should refrain from either the use of force or threat of force with regard to the territorial integrity, political independence, or any other manner that is inconsistent with the proper purposes of the United Nations Charter. So we can call it as a blanket prohibition on the use of force. Article 2.7, on the other hand, of the United Nations Charter declares that when it comes to the internal affairs of a country, that no country should interfere or get involved with such internal matters. Now, a problem has arisen with regard to humanitarian crises. Could there be an exception, or should there be an exception to the general prohibition on the use of force? However, that is not to say that use of force is totally prohibited under the current legal regime. What is prohibited is the unilateral use of force without a proper sanction of the United Nations. Just to elaborate on the matter, use of force can only be authorized under three main circumstances. Number one, it can be justified or legitimized if it was done in self-defense. However, this can only be done where another state either uses actual force or threatens to use force. The other occasion is the United Nations Security Council can authorize the use of force in certain situations. Another provision that was enacted at the very beginning of the UN regime was that if there was an enemy state, use of force might be recognized. However, since the Second World War, there are no clear demarcations between what are friendly states and what are hostile states, so this provision has gone to disuse. Under this situation, there is a certain argument that has been brought by many scholars that humanitarian crisis should be able to provide an exception to the general prohibition on the use of force. Now, by humanitarian intervention, what is basically suggested is that where there is a situation of a humanitarian crisis affecting the lives of the people, and sometimes where there are gross violations of human rights, whether that warrants an interference from other countries. And those who argue in favor of this put forward the fact that while use of force is prohibited against any act which is inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations, since United Nations was established to protect human rights and establish law and order in the international society, this should be allowed as an exception. This is one part of the argument. However, on the other hand, and with equal force, there are scholars who argue that what is meant by purposes which are inconsistent with the United Nations Charter is not a gateway to introduce new mechanisms or new instances in which use of force may be justified. It is to be decided, or it is to be interpreted as providing a blanket prohibition or enhancing a blanket prohibition against the use of force by a way of a humanitarian intervention even. And the problem that I want to address is whether humanitarian intervention can provide an exception to the general prohibition on the use of force. And what about the third world countries, how they are going to cope with this? In particular, I want to explain the existing legal framework, which I have done in the introduction, and then what constitutes a humanitarian intervention. Then again, there is no proper definition as to what exactly amounts to a humanitarian intervention, but the literature suggests that it is about foreseeable measures instead of the unforeseeable measures. And the third one, whether humanitarian intervention provides an exception to the prohibition on use of force, which I will discuss, and how this can be managed from a third world perspective. And I have used the qualitative method using the doctrinal approach, and this was basically done as a desk research. Now, when we consider the historical situation, use of force was actually allowed, and it kind of legitimized the colonization process. However, this was thought otherwise after the Second World War because of the many atrocities that were committed. And now, after that, even during the Cold War period, even with this blanket prohibition, discourse arose whether humanitarian intervention should be allowed as an exception. And there are two ways in which this can happen, either through an amendment to the existing law of the United Nations Charter, which is unlikely, or through a development of customary international legal principle that can provide a basis for this particular right. When you analyze the customary international law perspective, when countries have used force, many of them have not only utilized the term humanitarian intervention to justify their invasions. When US and UK invaded Iraq in 2003, while humanitarian concerns were on their agenda, they did not only claim that it was because of humanitarian considerations that they were intervening. They relied on the UN Security Council approval provided in 1991 for the use of force back then during the Gulf War. And even in 1971, when India intervened in the establishment of Bangladesh, they also made account of this concept, but nevertheless did not only rely on this. So as the law stands, there is still a lack of consensus or agreement whether humanitarian intervention should be allowed as an exception to the use of force. And the thing from a third world perspective, again, third world countries cannot be defined in exact manner, but most of the countries that have gained independence after colonization fall into this category. And also when it comes to the economic structure, the lesser developed countries falls into this. And the researchers have found that when you consider the third world perspective, providing humanitarian intervention as an exception to the general prohibition on the use of force is not in their best interest, because the balance that was struck down after the Second World War kind of neutralized all the major powers during that time. However, such situations have changed. And if we are to allow humanitarian interventions to be an exception to the general use of force, many of the third world countries may lose their sovereignty, because many civil unrest and human rights violations do occur in these parts of the world. And if we allow humanitarian intervention to be a cloak that can be used to cover up political motivations, there can be serious repercussions from a third world perspective if we are to allow this. And there is a need for a critical discussion, especially from a third world perspective, in case humanitarian intervention is to be given an exception status, how this should be reconciled from their perspective. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Tilakaratna, for your thought-provoking presentation on humanitarian intervention. And I think it is much more relevant to the present context, because we are experiencing more and more number of people in terms of increase in the population. And at the same time, it is somewhat relevant to the legal background as well. We will put the discussion into the end. And now we will invite the second presenter, Miss C.T.S.S. Pereira, the Department of Western Classical Culture, University of Kelaniya, to make her presentation on the topic, a close examination of the ancient foreign relations between Greece and Egypt, with special reference to strengthening diplomatic relations during the times of ancient world. May I invite you now to make the presentation.
Thank you, sir. Shall I screen share my presentation?
Yes.
Yeah. I hope you can see my screen.
Yeah, we can see.
Thank you.
Little louder, please.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Satsara Pereira from University of California. So today my presentation would be on a close examination of the ancient foreign relations between Greece and Egypt. And here I'm paying my special attention how they strengthen their diplomatic relations during the time of crisis in the ancient world. So Greece and Egypt can be identified as two ancient countries that individually developed in two continents, Europe and Africa respectively. So when we look at the historical evidence we have and archaeological evidence we have, they suggest that these relations between Greece and Egypt run far back to the prehistoric times. But today in this research, I am going to focus on the research question that what was the nature of the contacts that prevailed between ancient Greece and Egypt from the 7th century BCE to 5th century BCE. So this is the specific time period from Archaic to the late classical period of ancient Greece. So when we look at the historical records and evidence we have, we find evidence from the 13th century BCE. But here I am focusing on this particular period because you find lots of literary evidence as well as archaeological evidence from this particular period, from Archaic to late classical period of ancient Greece. So accordingly, the objective of my research is to illustrate how Greece and Egypt maintained lengthy and continuous mutually beneficial relations with each other since the earliest times of history. And also I hope to examine how these relations can set an example for modern diplomatic relations. Because when we look at these relations, you find very beneficial and relations and how they helped each other during the times of crisis in ancient time. So this map shows an image of a map of Greece and ancient Greece and Egypt. There you find both the countries facing the Mediterranean Sea, and Egypt is situated towards the north of Africa, and Greece was also facing Mediterranean Sea. So they had easy access with each other. They could develop their trade and commercial contacts with each other as a result of this place they had in the world. So as I mentioned, Greece and Egypt were in two different continents respectively, and when we look at the evidence, we find evidence from the Mycenaean periods onwards. But most of these beneficial relations, these diplomatic relations, happened between specifically Athens and Egypt. Athens was a major city-state in Greece during that time, specifically during the classical period. So you find evidence leading to Athens and Egypt during this period. So in next slide, I'm going to see some of the examples, some of the main examples which indicate how they continued their relations throughout this particular period. So when I look at this archaeological and literary evidence we have, I came across 4 important instances which depict the strength or very strengthening ancient relations that existed between Greece and Egypt from Archaic to the late classical period. So one of the important instance is the commercial contact they had through Naucratis. So Naucratis has a very special place in history because you can identify Naucratis as one of the major Greek port cities in Egypt, in ancient Egypt. So Naucratis acted as the main Greek port city in Egypt, and they helped to help lots of commercial activities between the two countries. So it was in the Nile Delta, and constant trade relations happened through Naucratis. And according to Herodotus, one of the major historians from Greece, it was founded by Amasis II, and you find evidence to support that most of the Ionian Greek cities such as Miletus, Samos, and Aegina participated in these commercial activities through Naucratis. And in other point, I have mentioned Heraklion and Canopus. Those two were also Greek port cities in ancient Egypt, and these were recent findings, very recent findings, and they were actually sunken ancient cities and recently founded by the French marine archaeologist Frank Gaudiot. And they also support for very strong relations, commercial relations and trade relations that happen between Greece and Egypt. Then my next point is the Egypt sending grain supplies to Athens during the Peloponnesian Wars. So Peloponnesian Wars was one of the important wars that happened in Greece during the 5th century BCE, and it was an internal war, and Athens fought with the other Greek cities led by Sparta during this particular time. So Athens being located to the coastal area, during this Peloponnesian War, they faced a grain shortage. And in some of the historical records, we find evidence that support that Egypt sending a large amount of grain supply to Athens to help them during the Peloponnesian War. So this indicates that they were there for each other during the time of crisis, irrespective of the fact they were in two different continents. And also, another important fact is finding Ionian and Carian mercenaries in the Egyptian army. These were soldiers, Ionians and Carians. So during the 7th century BCE, towards the Archaic period, Psammaticus I was one of the Egyptian kings, and in his army, there were lots of Ionian and Carian, that means Greek soldiers in Egyptian army. So that also support the fact they helped each other during through military contacts as well. So when we look at this, look at the nature of these ancient relations, we can come to the conclusion that most of them were commercial, trade, and military contacts that prevail between the two ancient countries. So this map indicates the places where I mentioned before, Canopus, Heraklion, and Naucratis. So these were the main Greek port cities that were found in Egyptian territory. So in conclusion, as it is evident in those examples, Greece and Egypt maintained very mutually beneficial relations with each other, especially during the times of crisis. So earliest, they were in form of commercial contacts and military contacts. So in conclusion, that I would like to tell you, mention about two important agreements they signed recently, very recently. This show that they maintain very lengthy relations even up to 21st century. So in 2020, they signed an agreement on one of the exclusive economic zone or of the sea boundaries in the Mediterranean Sea. There, they agreed to share the resources of gas and oil in the Mediterranean Sea between Egypt and Greece. So this was one of the recent agreements. And also in 2022, that means in this year, they again signed a a trade contract where a military contract that allowed the Greek soldiers to enroll in the Egyptians' highest military educational facility, which is the NASA Military Academy. So from this year onwards, the Greek soldiers can train in this Egyptian military academy. So but the examples I showed you from the historic periods, but now in 21st century also, they have very important contacts with each other. So This is the end of my presentation, and thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Ms. Pereira, for your presentation on historical background of the foreign relations between two countries, former rich countries, Greece and Egypt. And we will put the discussion to the end further.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And we will move to this third presentation that will be done by Professor E.L.S.J. Pereira, Department of Demography, University of Colombo. And the topic is international labor migration in Sri Lanka. Is it a solution to the current economic crisis? And Professor Pereira, you have the forum now to discuss the topic.
Thank you, Professor Hivage, chairperson of the session. And also I must thank first of all to the NCAS for organizing very timely relevant conference, and thank you for all the conference organizers. Today, my presentation will focus on international labor migration in Sri Lanka. So I just want to discuss some points. Is it a solution to current economic crisis? So why I have chosen this topic was because currently, you know, Sri Lankan government is actually encouraging migration as a solution to current economic crisis. As you all know, international labor migration has playing a key role in shaping economic development in developed and developing countries in the world over the past 6 decades. Currently, approximately more than 55% live in G20 countries. The migrants are living in G20 countries, but remittances are concerned. Remittances to and from G20 countries account almost 80% of global remittances. According to the latest estimates of United Nations, many of South Asian countries had experienced net outflow of migration during the period of 2010 and 21, mainly due to temporary labor migration. So if you look at the current data, so South Asian countries which experience over 1 million net immigrants were Pakistan, followed by India, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. When we see the numbers, we know that the population in South Asia is maybe 40% of population living in South Asia. So I think at the beginning, our chairperson mentioned that we reached 8 billion population. So the South Asia is having quite huge population. And also migration is concerned, South Asia is very important because it has become a source country. So when we look at the both theoretical and empirical evidence on labor migration, actually we know that the literature evidence that both positive and negative consequences for migrant sending countries, not only sending countries, but also for receiving countries. Sri Lanka to contract labor migration has been significantly contributing to the macroeconomic development in terms of reducing unemployment and balance of payment for the last 5 decades. However, effects of migration on micro-level social and economic development has shown both positive and negative outcomes regarding families and children left behind that has been documented. High migration aspiration and intention among working age population can be observed under the existing economic crisis in Sri Lanka. However, there is lack of research on potential consequences of labor migration. Therefore, so I have selected this area just to discuss. My objective are to review historical evolution of recent trends in international labor migration in Sri Lanka, identify sources of current economic crisis and its impact on migration, explore the socio-demographic consequences because very recently this year we can see the upsurge in labor migration and few more to discuss on role of migration policies in managing labor migration outcomes. Data and method actually for this research, an exploratory cross-sectional research design being used. Second, data basically from the Sri Lanka Bureau of Foreign Employment and Central Bank of Sri Lanka, some economics indicators, and also from the DCS, Department of Census and Statistics, and other literature being used. For this basically descriptive analysis will be employed. When we focus on theoretical approaches to migration, so we know that I think international migration theories from neoclassical economics to new economics migration, they try to explain three major areas. The first one is how population movements are initiated, why population flows are continued or sustained, and what are the consequences of migration has for the area of origin and destination. By looking at micro theories, so micro level these theories and macro level theories, we come across that neoclassical economists actually neoclassical perspectives is focused on more differentials in wage and employment condition between countries that drive migration. Basically, migration costs, based on the cost, individual decisions are made. And also, they more focus on income maximization by looking at the expected income and the current income at the origin. So neoclassical economists use migration as structural requirement for modern industrial economy. So that first then move into macro level processes, basically two theories, dual labor market theory and world system theory. Look at migration as a neutral consequences of economic globalization and market penetration across national boundaries. But in recent decades, we see that the last 2 centuries, from mid-20th to the current century, migration policies has become more important in managing labor migration. So immigration laws are very important. So the World Bank 1991 explained that the role of migration policies in both industrial and developing economics are concerned, how they can reap the benefits from migration, especially when it comes to human welfare, if they are going to lose immigration and immigration policies. So under my analysis, I am going to share some insights on these areas. Let's see. Labor migration characteristics. So what are the labor migration trends and characteristics in Sri Lanka? So if we look at labor migration characteristics, you can see that mainly structural changes in labor migration in Sri Lanka has been happening at the very beginning, 1980s, because we started labor migration in 1960s, firstly as skilled migrants sending to the developed countries, and then this 1980s, 90s to up to date, we see major trends are towards the Middle East and Gulf regions. We'll discuss later. But mainly here, gender dimension is important. At the very beginning, male are dominant in the migration, but when it comes to 1990s, we can see more female dominant migration. But with the COVID pandemic, so we can see that migration dropped to I think around 50,000 annual migrants in Sri Lanka by 2020, 2019 and 2020. Now the situation is bit improving. So here you can look at the recent data related to the compositional changes in gender composition of migration. 6%, the latest proportion with regard to male and females are concerned, 1/3, just moving for foreign employment. It is very clearly seen from this, but when we over the years we can see that 2017, but basically this is due to the banning female migration, those who have children under 5. In 2013, government took a decision to impose that family background report. So it has some impact on female migration. So another important aspect, though how departure for foreign employment. So for what kind of employment they are going for, by manpower level is concerned, if you look at here, the skill migration categories quite improving, but the still low skill people are significant proportion we can observe here. By gender perspectives, that gender dimension is concerned, I just focus only on skill and semi-skill because the male and female are quite different when I look observe these things. So you also can see that male migrants are moving more for skill, and professionals also 9.5. But when it comes to female migration, basically a large chunk of migrants are actually moving for semi-skills and domestic housekeeping assistant, and also low skills also. So so it has huge implication on when it comes to economic development, because because male, female, the remittance levels are very different based on their skill level. Let's look at today's economic situation. So if we look at the current economic crisis situation, we know that majorly 3 factors have contributed: long-term structural issues, and also COVID-19 pandemic related issues, economic mismanagement. All 3 factors have contributed for the today's economic crisis situation. If you look at the inflation level is rising, but this is by May the situation, but when we look at the current situation, it is worse than May situation. If you look at the inflation rate today, 73%, food inflation 85, around 86%, non-food inflation also. However, economic growth rate actually is -8%. So when we look at the economic the growth of main economic sectors also running under minus situations, -8, and agriculture, industry minus, followed by services -2. So all this, when looking through these figures, so we know that we are in a huge crisis situation. So what migration can do in this context. But migration can help by providing certain migrants can send remittances. Remittances can contribute to our economy. But when we look at remittance, so there are also remittance receiving Sri Lanka during the past few months, because these are the years given from 2015 to 2022. But in 2022, I have received data up to July. So if you look at the crisis is even more when we think of, because we are having remittance receiving, so less amount of remittances have received when compared to the previous years, even monthly basis if you look at these data. So then the numbers are here, but we
Professor
don't have time to.
Sunitra?
Yes, I have to finish now quickly.
Yes, please.
Yes, give me 2 minutes. I will just run through the remainings. But okay, so then I want to tell you that Middle Eastern countries actually, as the total remittances are concerned, just only the 60% 2010, but now just 51% actually we gain remittances from Middle Eastern migrants. Outstanding debt, I think I don't need to mention because it is increasing heavily. And the impact of COVID-19 is concerned, remittances during 2020-2021, remittances declined by 29%, but other things I'm not highlighting. These are the current issues. The unemployment is very high, tourist arrival during the COVID lockdown. This is the current unemployment situation in Sri Lanka. If you look at data, Sri Lanka 4.6% unemployment. But when we look at the GCA level and above, men and females, female unemployment is very high. But I'm not, the earlier graph, actually youth unemployment is also very high. So in this context, how the labor migration situation we need to look at, because labor migration is not going to be a only solution to migration, because I just want to, I have something, but when it comes to consequences, there are huge consequences, because when it comes to male, majority are migrating between their young ages. When it comes to women, they are migrating in their latter part of reproductive ages. So this has a huge implication on the economy, because the productivity years, so they are in the migration process, but it can have a negative impact on the economy, because losing our productive youth. So then again, I no need to mention, because this is the current situation of the by manpower level. Destinations are concerned, males are more than 80% migrating to Middle Eastern destination, but females over 90%. Issues or challenges are concerned, I think I would like to highlight the population composition is changing. We have shrinking, actually we are having more and more people getting age. By 2050, 1 in every 4 persons will be age 60 years and over. And also our labor force also going to be shrink in the future. Population will decline definitely after 2030. And youth migration, not only youth, the working age migration, the encouraging policy can have significant impact on brain drain. And the future care crisis also will. Migrant remittance can contribute some extent if proper migration management system could be. So policies, I will skip this one. In conclusion, I must say labor migration will continue to future. Relaxation of family background report may encourage increased female migrant worker departures in the future. High youth unemployment may encourage immigration of youth that can have significant implication of demographic behaviors and brain drain, etc. Changes in migration network structure and male-dominated migration can have positive impact on remittances if migrate for skill employment. Further research is needed to explore the reasons for declining migrant remittances. So it is essential to adopt migration governance framework in order to facilitate orderly, safe, regular, and responsible migration and mobility of people through planned and well-managed migration policies. I think at this stage I will stop. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Sunetra Pereira, for your presentation. And we will put the discussion in the end. And we have two more presentations. Now, the presentation will be done by Ms. V.P.N. Senadi, Department of Demography, University of Colombo. The title of the presentation, Sri Lanka's Economic Crisis and Irregular Migration, a historical evaluation. Over to you now.
Thank you, sir. Hope you can see my screen.
Yes, I can see.
Good afternoon to you all.
Good afternoon.
I am Netra, probationary lecturer in the Department of Demography, Faculty of Arts, University of Colombo. Today, based on a literature survey, I am going to do my presentation under the title on Sri Lankan Economic Crises and Irregular Migration, a Historical Evaluation. This is the outline of my presentation. According to the International Organization for Migration, irregular may occur in one or more categories as irregular entry, irregular residence, and irregular employment. Also, IOM and United Nations highlight that Italy and Australia are the main destination in the world for the irregular migration when historically analyzed. Through the literature review, it was noted that irregular migration helps the development of the country, but it also occurs many socio-economic issues. Also, some irregular migrants use risky and dangerous methods to enter these countries. In this process, some migrants have lost their lives, but irregular migration is still prevalence of Sri Lanka because especially the economic reasons. This is a cartoon published in May in the other newspaper. This cartoon shows that due to the economic crisis in the country, people are struggling to fulfill their basic needs. So, for many people, migrate as economic refugees has become an easy option. As reported in the Times of India in March 2022, this article says that 16 refugees have landed in Tamil Nadu in India due to the economic crisis of Sri Lanka. However, this article published in 2020 shows that people in Venapur have migrated to Italy for decades due to the economic reasons. And this area called as Little Italy in Sri Lanka. Also, many researchers have established that globally, irregular migration occur at a large scale due to economic reasons. National and international literature further analyzed the interrelationship between irregular migration and economic crisis in countries as mentioned in the slide. However, as this article reports, most irregular migrants have been deported from the destination. On the other hand, they face many risks and dangerous challenges during the traveling and after entering into the destinations. This case, published in Daily Mail in 2019, an Australian newspaper, is rare instance where a family of irregular migrants had become successful in their journey. Such rare cases inspire others to this dangerous and illegal journey. So this study analyzed the Sri Lankan economic crisis and irregular migration, a historical evaluation, which is a current Sri Lankan phenomena. This slide presents the main objective and specific objectives of the study. The main objective study is to examine the interrelationship between Sri Lankan economic crisis and irregular migration and its historical evaluation. The specific objectives are to investigate the method of irregular migration, analyze the characteristic of those migrants, and examine the popular destinations for these irregular migrants and to examine the impacts of irregular migration. This research mainly based on the literature survey and the gathered data analyzed under the thematic analysis method. I have presented the findings under 4 specific topics. The first one is the first topic is methods of irregular migration that irregular migrants use. Some studies show that irregular migrants use sea, air, and land to migrate. Some migrants use multiple channels. However, the majority use the sea. UNODC highlighted that in European Union, despite an increase in irregular migration by sea in the first half of 2011, also the highest number of irregular entries overall come to by land and air. And also, scholars express that for the both irregular migrating, large international network involved, and comparing the other methods, both method is a profitable and a very inexpensive way to migrate. As many scholars argue that Italy and Australia become popular destination for irregular migrants for the because all the sea arrivals enter via the Arabian Sea, Red Sea, Suez Canal, Mediterranean Sea when enter to the Italy. However, in 2014, scholars argue that the risk of dying at the sea has considerably increased over the last decades. Now I move to discuss about the second large migration method that used by the land arrivals, emphasize the border crossing method. UNODC has reported that cross the borders by taxi, trains, and containers like shows from these pictures. And also CRISP and CRISMAN and also UNODC mentioned that it largely relies on family, friendship, kinship, ethnic relationship between the people at countries of origin and destination countries, which facilitate and even predict the arrivals of new migrants of the same social chain. And the border crossing method is a very risky method. Okay, now I move to discuss about the third method of irregular migration. It is used in the air. In 2001, scholars mentioned that many migrants enter a country legally, but they overstay. Now I move to discuss about the characteristic of those irregular migrants. On the one hand, some scholars highlighted that gender has played a major role and more men than women migrate illegally, especially for the Italy and Australia. And also religion of migrants as an encouragement to migrate irregularly as push factor, especially Catholic youth from the Western Sea border who are working with their families in the fishing industry, more attempt to migrate illegally. The third topic is examine the popular destination for those irregular migrants. Scholars argue that freedom, liberty, equality, humanitarian programs of the countries are pull factors for the international migrants, and majority of irregular migrants migrate Italy and Australia aiming for these expectations. As well as Farsini and Brown show that weather conditions and geographical factors influence to the people for their irregular journey. Also, some scholars argue that due to these economic reasons, people migrate using irregular channel. As shown from this slide, most scholars highlighted that economic factors is an important concern for people to migrate illegally, especially irregular migrate to Italy and Australia. In recently, Rivaraj and Narayan reported that with the current economic crisis in Sri Lanka, people attempt to migrate India and Australia using the irregular method. In recently, also News First reported that suspected had attempted to migrate illegally due to the economic hardships resulting from the loss of their jobs due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And also news.lk online newspaper reported that 45% suspected to be on illegally migration attempt held by Navy. Discussing with the crisis, most people attempt to migrate to Australia. In this context, people are at risk and smugglers have become increasingly burdensome. Arab newspaper discussed the Sri Lankan crisis situation and illegal migration impacts furthermore. Now I move to discuss the consequences of those irregular migrants. IOM noted that the global trend of death and missing cases are increasing with the irregular migration. The figure expressed that the number of global deaths and missing cases during the irregular migration via sea between 2014 to 2021. In 2021, the IOM Media Center recorded that the number of death and missing cases, missing migrants in the Mediterranean Sea increased by 36% between the 2016 to 2017. On the other hand, some scholars argue that some positive factors of the irregular migration, like economic enhancement and build up Little Italy in Sri Lanka, on the other hand, several socio-economic issues are created in the Sri Lankan society. As find out from the present study, it noted that international labor migration can help face the economic crisis. But if migrants know any option to legal migration, they enter to the destination informally. So the study recommended that by introducing legal opportunities for migrants through a quota system as a collective methods for both origin and destination countries. This economic crisis has become turning point in terms of future migration trends, patterns, and direction of the irregular migrants. And this can be analyzed as a future research avenue. And I am working with this primary study also. These are the references, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Senadi, for the presentation on Sri Lanka's economic crisis and irregular migration. And in order to save the time, we will go quickly to the final presentation and we will put all the discussions later. The last presentation is by Ms. S.N. Mbogama, the head of the department, Department of English Language Teaching, University of Visual and Performing Arts. Now over to you, Ms. Mbogama.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Can't you?
Yeah, we can hear.
I'm sharing my screen.
Right.
Visible, sir?
Yes, we can see.
So a very good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Dr. Sumudha Mbogama from the University of the Visual and Performing Arts. And my topic is Immigration of Sri Lankan tea plantation workers in a crisis reading context, a case study. So to start with the introduction, as we all know, Sri Lanka is facing an unprecedented number of immigrants as it is reeling from its worst economic crisis. Because of this economic crisis, people are finding it hard to survive due to multiple reasons, mainly to do with the fact that their income is not enough for them to sustain a comfortable livelihood. So with regard to my topic, even when it comes to the tea industry, the impact of the economic crisis can be seen. So the once prosperous tea industry has taken a hit, with exports dropping drastically over the past few years. Initially, it was due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and then it was soon followed by the economic crisis, which made the situation even worse. So the ongoing financial crisis, added to the political crisis in the country, has crippled the country's lucrative tea industry, which is actually very crucial for sustaining the country's economy. So according to Krishan, before the economic crisis, tea exports accounted for $1.3 billion US dollars annually, which is roughly 5% of all global tea production. According to Jayantha Karunaratne, who is the chairman of the Colombo Tea Traders Association,
production of tea has fallen by 18%. And this has been largely on account of the shortage of fertilizers and fuel. Moreover, Roshan Rajadure, who is a member of the Planters Association of Ceylon, states that what is at stake in the future of nearly 500,000 smallholders and over 2.5 million people employed in or engaged in direct and indirect jobs related to the tea industry. And according to a recent survey that was conducted by the Sri Lanka Opinion Track, which is called the Sri Lanka Opinion Tracker Survey, data indicated that 27% of Sri Lankans would like to emigrate if they had the chance. Moreover, we can see that as noted in the other presentations, some of the other presentations, we can see a significant increase in the number of immigrations in Sri Lanka. And 1 million people have actually left the country so far this year, based on the Sri Lanka Department statistics given by the Sri Lanka Department of Immigration and Immigration. A large number of tea plantation workers have also left the country during this period. And this study is mainly based on what the factors are for these tea plantation workers to leave during this crisis period. So the statistical information on plantation crops by the Ministry of Plantation Industry stated that the number of registered laborers in the large-scale tea estates was 497,995 in 1988. And it had declined to 207,235 in 2011, which is a 58% decline within 2 decades. Now, following a period of almost a decade, the situation has worsened following Sri Lanka's economic downfall, whereby the country went into default on its debts in 2021. So the overarching study objective was to identify the main factors resulting in a notable exodus of tea plantation workers in Sri Lanka during its worst economic crisis. The 2 research questions were originally posed. Why are low-level tea estate workers emigrating to foreign countries during this crisis-ridden context in Sri Lanka? What are the main factors that have compelled these workers to emigrate? So this was a case study, and the sampling technique used was the purposive sampling technique, and it was a qualitative study whereby 7 participants were interviewed, and out of the 7 participants, 4 were immigrant female workers and 3 were would-be immigrants. The respondents and their families live in line homes in a state-owned tea estate in Talawakale, Sri Lanka. Out of a total of 9 families in this labor line, 7 had a family member who had already immigrated or is a would-be immigrant. To gather primary data, in-depth interviews were conducted with each participant through virtual means, and secondary data were gathered from government sources, related studies, and informative websites. A thematic analysis was conducted, so the qualitative data was transcribed, categorized, and subsequently themes were identified. Limitations of the study, as you can see, the study was a case study. It was a micro study, and the respondents were restricted to only 7. And this was a small scale study. So apart from the factors that are identified here, obviously there could be other factors for this phenomenon as well. Moreover, when engaging in the literature review, there were only a limited number of government sources or credible sources with updated information available with regard to the statistics in relation to the intent of migration of tea workers and the reasons for them leaving their jobs. The extent of the number of workers that have left recently during the economic crisis periods could not be fathomed because of the lack of updated information. So findings and discussion mainly under 3 factors. I have presented the findings and discussion. The main factor, which is obvious, and also mostly in similar studies that this was considered as a main factor for immigrants to move to another country is for economic reasons. And mainly immigrants moved in search of better economic opportunities. So this was the case with these Sri Lankan tea plantation workers. And when looking at the primary push factors, based on the responses received from these immigrants and potential immigrants, I found that the main push factors included low wages. These workers were earning between 700 to 1,000 rupees per day, and they were given daily wages. So the buying power, which has become really less as a result of high inflation, has resulted in them not being able to sustain themselves with this limited wage that they receive. The increased cost of living and poor working conditions also, job insecurity was noted, lack of opportunities for career advancement, and very limited opportunities for earning extra income were given as the primary push factors. In terms of the pull factors, some of the main pull factors that had attracted the respondents to immigrate or to have that intention to immigrate were higher wages, better working conditions, and better facilities. And so the second factor was the social cultural aspect of it. The social cultural factors included lack of social prestige as workers in tea plantations. And so they were under the assumption, or most of them had the opinion that, when they mentioned that a family member is working abroad, it kind of gives them a more status than when they were just mentioning that they are working in tea plantations. The family pressure to migrate was also noted because these families were burdened with loans, and most of these females had pawned their jewelry, and the interest rates were really high because they resorted to unauthorized individuals, and when they were getting these loans, these were not from authorized entities, and they mentioned the gender discrimination and the fulfilling of self-aspiration, and also they noted changes in attitudes and values because of the changing world, and even the exposure to the outside world, which was not so much previously, but as a result of social media and the concept of the global village, they were gradually getting exposed to the outside world. Politically related factors. This was another contributing factor when they mentioned, saying that the support that the government is now giving to promote migration so as a strategy to boost the country's ailing economy, gave them the encouragement to initiate the process of immigrating, and some of them have already successfully immigrated. And also they mentioned the disillusionment with the volatile political context in Sri Lanka, and they said that they have suffered many months from the constant power cuts, acute shortages of essential commodities such as food and medicine, and fuel shortages. So these things were felt by them, and they were very worried about the uncertain context, and they said that also led to them immigrating. The respondents who have already immigrated stated that they have no regrets about immigrating since they are earning a much higher income, and would-be immigrants remain intent on immigrate the activity of processing the immigration. So in the meantime, they describe themselves as struggling and extremely worried about when they might realize their immigration plans. So the conclusions, persistent immigration is usually the symptom and not the cause of an underlying problem. So we can see that given the decline of the tea industry, if actions are to be taken to retain these workers, it cannot be done without resolving the underlying drivers of tea workers' emigration. So there is a dilemma faced by many such immigrants and those who are considering immigration based on what the respondents stated during these interviews, since actually they are forced to choose between the personal desire for proximity to family and friends in Sri Lanka and the need to be financially stable enough to support their families so that their basic necessities are met. Their quest is not to find riches and luxuries, but to somehow ensure that they become economically able to support their families in this time of crisis. So the relevant authorities need to develop coherent policies in response to the underlying drivers of the immigration of tea plantation workers. These are some of the things that can obviously be done in order to rectify this matter. Income should be raised, better working conditions should be made available, and authorities should ensure the availability of food and other basic necessities. Augment working and living conditions, strengthen health and education systems, and prospects of upward mobility within the same sector for the educated have to be made available. Additional research on these immigrants and would-be immigrants should be conducted in order to fully understand the impact of the economic crisis on the tea plantation sector. So I've come to the end of my presentation. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ambogama, Head of the Department of English Language Teaching, University of Visual and Performing Arts. Now we have time for the discussion and also for the questions. I think depending on the time availability, we would like to give you one question for each presentation. For the audience, you may have any comments or questions. For all presentations, 5 presentations.
Thank you, sir. So may I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so my question goes to Professor Sunitra. Thank you, Professor Sunitra, for your interesting presentation, though it was quite a lengthy one. My question is now, when it comes to migration and remittance, so there is a huge discussion and a kind of a discourse that that indicates that people are not willing to send money because of the government mismanagement or existing maybe sort of corruptions or something other, that type of reasons. At the same time, there are some other, not formal ways or informal ways they are practicing to send foreign currencies to Sri Lanka. So how do you consider these two factors in your study? So, yeah.
Thank you, Susantha, for your question. I think the both questions that you need is timely because need to be addressed. Yes, you are correct because currently we are receiving a very less amount of remittances. However, now the government has taken certain initiatives, especially banks, with regard to the Middle Eastern countries. So banks have now established branches and they are trying to minimize the gap between the hawala and whatever the illegal methods and the formal methods. So that is one way. But still the certain gap is there, but that need to be addressed through, I think we need to do research from the destination, I think from the migrants' perspectives, I think so they may have maybe different reasons, but we could not actually capture those things unless we do primary data collection from migrants. I think so that is one aspect, but major fact you are actually mentioning is the why the migrants are not sending money due to because I don't think that migrants are not sending thinking about the corruption and all things. Migrants are actually one in every 14 household receiving migrants anyhow in Sri Lanka according to the HIES survey, latest HIES survey. But the other migrants, so we know that some migrants are, maybe we are receiving remittances from diaspora and other sort of skilled migrants in other countries except Middle Eastern. But there may be, but all I think we cannot make any conclusion without having proper research or proper investigations. So that's my, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sunetra, for the comments, and we will invite other members of the audience if you have any comments or questions. Pavitra, yes.
Hello, sir. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Right.
My question is to Netra. Netra, thank you so much for your very interesting presentation. I was wondering, when you were looking at irregular migrants, whether you also looked at the next stage of their migratory journey, which is probably seeking for asylum and refugee, because that moment of their migratory journey again is related to the reasons of leaving their home country, in measuring whether their reason of leaving their home country is legit or not, right? So so I was wondering whether that was also a part of your study, or whether you intentionally not looking at that element but only focus on irregular migration, the moment of leaving the home country and the journey of the migration.
Yes, thank you, Dr.
Quick
Pavitra.
response, please. Quick.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Pavitra. Actually, this is my MPhil, this presentation I prepared based on my literature review of my MPhil thesis. And I focused and I found that most of irregular migrants migrate as economic refugees. And when I completed my MPhil thesis, I couldn't find the economic crisis in Sri Lankan situation, because I finished my thesis when the crisis is spreading in the country. However, now I again investigate what are the reasons and what are the consequences that migrants actually face in the society. However, they most of them migrate as economic refugees, and they expect after the journey they can earn money and spend luxury life at the destinations.
Thank you. And Professor Prema Kumar. Yes, you can raise your question. Professor Prema Kumar. Yes, Professor. Yes. Professor Prema Kumar, yes. Your comments, questions? Any other comments or questions? Professor Premakumara, yes, we can listen to you now. Right. Any other comments or questions? We have a few minutes available. I think Professor Tusita, are you here now?
Yeah, I'm there, sir. So I think.
Can I summarize now?
Yeah, since we have limited time, I think we can summarize now. One quick comment to Ms. Satsara. So now Satsara had excellent review of the historical relationship between Greece and Egypt. It was wonderful. So my suggestion, Satsara, so since we have no time, I'm not going to elaborate. But you did this analysis in the very right time. We are having a crisis in this country as well as in the globe, like in the group, since we are having the fighting in the Ukraine. So now how you can relate those historical experience to the modern day, like the relationship between India and Sri Lanka, the relationship between India and China, which are the hot topics. So better if you can, relate that and highlight that, because in the introduction, you nicely elaborated that this is a good time. So now at the end, you need to say something. So with this historical experience, this is what we can do, what we can say about our future. Of course, it may be difficult because these are 2 times, many things have been changed. It's just a suggestion. Yes, with that brief suggestion to Satsara, we can conclude. So please summarize and put your chair note there.
Thank you. Yes, yeah.
Thank you, Professor Tusita, for commenting on my presentation. So actually, my specialized area is Greece and Egypt and Rome regions. So if I'm going to focusing on the example you mentioned, the Sri Lanka, China, and India, and I think you already know that there's a crisis, there's a huge disagreements between China and India, if you take 2 countries. But when it comes to helping Sri Lanka, both of the countries have agreed on it to help Sri Lanka in this critical situation, irrespective of the fact they are in huge disagreements with each other. So even when you're taking this situation, the modern agreement which I mentioned about trade relations and how they agreed to share the gas and oil resources in the Mediterranean Sea, even though Greece and Egypt agreed on favorable terms, Turkey has disagreed with this agreement actually. So there are some crises in those countries as well, but I wanted to show in my research was that even though there are disagreements, even though there are problems with each other, if we come into favorable terms and if we can share, if we have in excess some resources and if we have them in excess, we can share them with the other countries and without going into wars, because when we look at the history, you don't find any wars between Egypt and Greece, but they were very powerful countries since the ancient times onwards. But they have maintained very lengthy relations up to now from the prehistoric times onwards. So I wanted to suggest, especially for those who are engaging in foreign relation disciplines and those who are studying diplomatic relations. So I suggest that these cases will be interesting to be studied in order to find solutions for the modern crises we have in the international world and come up with innovative solutions for the prevailing problems we have. That is what I wanted to highlight actually.
Okay, excuse me, can I ask one question from Satsara? Because
yes,
her work is interesting. Satsara, I wonder whether you have explored population patterns during these 2 entities.
Actually,
yes.
Professor Sunatra, I haven't studied that part because my specialization is on the Western classical culture, that side. So I haven't.
Culture, we cannot talk without people, no?
Well, we
If
can,
you can, yes,
when it comes
yes.
to population and the people in those countries, one fact I can mention is that you see lots of multicultural aspects in these societies. So even in Egypt, there were Greek communities and there were Roman communities. They have migrated to those areas, especially during the archaic period. So I can
yeah, that's I wanted
yeah.
to actually you to explore that. That's okay. That's fine. Thank you.
You're welcome, Professor Netra.
Thank you for the comments. Professor Tusita Kumar, now what shall we do now?
Yes, we can conclude since the other session is waiting to start until.
Okay, shall I summarize now?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes. Sir.
Okay. Now I want to thank all the presenters for their effort taking to collect the data and information on very interesting topics and making presentations here. And we can see that out of these 5 presentations, 3 presentations are on migration. So I think that indicates the present situation of the socio-economic background of the country, the disappointment of the people with regard to the existing situation in the country, and their hopes are changing. And so the academic society also thinking about these issues very seriously. So out of 5, 3 presentations are on migration. And so I want to thank them for initiating their research and studies on these migration issues in the country. So still migration is not a very favorable issue for Sri Lanka, because there are many issues every day on newspapers we are encountering. So I think it is a timely topic for all interested academic members, and I want to thank them. And another study done on the foreign relationship between 2 countries, Egypt and Greece. And I think you have indicated few types of relationship in the history has happened. And I wonder why not you considered another aspect of the relationship that we have seen in the history, which is when we consider Greece. Greece was the country where almost all academic subjects were started. Nowadays, in all universities, we are teaching these academic subjects, and they were the people who started. And I think there must be some academic relationships as well between these 2 countries, between Greece and Egypt. So I think that must also be taken into consideration. Thank you for your attention paid on this historical background. And also the first presentation that was on the use of force and the legal background, which is a very interesting and very relevant topic nowadays to be taken into consideration. And the presenter has given us good interpretation, highlighting the legal background of UN Charter as well. And I want to thank Mr. Karuna Ratna as well for making the presentation. And also, finally, I would like to thank organizers of the NCAS for organizing this event, the session, as well as the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So with that, let me formally conclude the session. So before concluding the session, I would like to thank Senior Professor P. Hevage, who had chaired the session. Thank you very much, sir. You are excellent chair of the session. Even though we had a hiccup in the beginning, we smoothly got into the conclusion, having all the 5 presentations lively without any interruption. So thank you very much, sir, for your kind cooperation in this regard. As well as I would like to thank all the presenters, Mr. K.A.N. Tilakaratna, Ms. C.T.S. Pereira, Professor E.L.S.J. Pereira, and Ms. V.P.N. Senadi, as well as Dr. R.M.S.N. Ambogama. So it was really nice to have all your 5 presentations. they were all excellent, because we had rejected many of the papers, those who have been submitted by very senior academics in this country, but due to the quality that we had with your papers, we have selected these 5 papers for this session. So thank you very much for submitting this to the conference, as well as coming today lively presenting all your presentations. At the same time, I would like to thank all the attendees today we are having in this session, even though it's a virtual session. Finally, I would like to thank all the organizers of the conference IRSSH 2022, especially Professor Prema Kumara, Professor Devasiri, as well as Dr. Kumutika, as well as all the officials who were behind in organizing this session. In fact, it's a great work. So we did it nicely, and thank you very much for all your organization. And thank you very much inviting me to have coordinate this session. So with that, I would like to formally conclude the session. So thank you very much. And we conclude the session 7 of the IRSSH 2022 Population Movement and Migration. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Okay, for the organizers, you can take the session to session 9. Those who are waiting for the session 9, you can stay here, as well as we are inviting you all to be present for the concluding session, which will be scheduled to be held at 6 p.m. today. And please use the track number 1, Zoom link of the track number 1 for your attendance in the concluding session. Yes, Dr. Sulojana, you can take over.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon to you, Honorable Chair, the presenters and the audience. And now we are going to commence session 9 of the 4th International Research Symposium on Social Sciences and Humanities 2022. And the theme of this session is physical and mental well-being. And there will be 7 presentations in this session. And it's my great pleasure to introduce the chair of this session, Professor Harish Chandra Gambhir. Let me introduce the audience. Professor Harish Chandra Gambhir is a consultant psychiatrist. He was the past president of the Sri Lanka College of and he was also the past president of the SARC Psychiatric Federation. And he's also head of the UNESCO Bioethics Committee of Sri Lanka. And he has published several chapters and also papers and made several presentations. And he has vast experience in the field of research. And we are honored to have Professor Harish Chandra Gambhir as the chair of this session. Now over to you, sir, to introduce the presenters.
Thank you, Dr. Sulochana, for your kind introduction. And also I wish to thank organizers, especially Professor Nirma Ranjit Devasiri, for inviting me to chair this session. And we will go directly to the session without wasting time. In fact, so Dr. Sulochana, I don't know these names, Mr., Mrs. or the doctor, however names are there. His first author is presenter is Padmanesan Sanmugeswaran. He will be talking on, he will present on between safety and danger, building resilience through multiple survival strategies during the war in the Jaffna Peninsula in Sri Lanka. You have 10 minutes to present and 2 minutes for the questions. You can take over now. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Harichandra. This is a good opportunity to share my research experience with regard to between safety and danger, building resilience through multiple survival strategies during the war in the Jaffna Peninsula, Sri Lanka. So this is connected to my PhD research. Partly I contribute the data collected from my PhD dissertation research. Also, it's a kind of auto-ethnographic narrative because I have lived in the war zone area for the during the war time in Jaffna Peninsula throughout the Civil War period. Like myself, every Jaffna Tamil person who went through the war has a story, and all these stories are part of the unwritten history, because always we write the meta-narrative or a history, or even the narratives come from the power relations, but it is more like how local produce their own narrative about their lifestyle during the wartime. Unforgotten memory of Tamil's life struggle, although northern and eastern Sri Lanka had been geographically portrayed as a main theater of war zone. Sinhalese, Muslims, Tamils, and Daddas were also affected by the war. So this claim does not qualify in terms of equality of suffering across the country, but I would emphasize on the phenomenon of learning through diverse forms of suffering through the war and displacement. So I have put the large or overarching research question of this paper: how Tamils in Jaffna built resilience through multiple survival strategy during the war, 1983 to 2009. Although it is a past history, but it is good to learn a lesson or how people have gone through the suffering a particular period of in terms of not only abduction, massacres, assassination, killings, at the same time the shortfalls of food supplies and how people develop. How did they quickly recover from the emergency tensions, scarcity of foods and services? How did people develop the forms of resilience to face and adjust to the unprecedented circumstances? So I thought of why do I take this presentation to share this experience with people, the researchers, because recently we have gone through the similar kinds of unprecedented circumstances like COVID-19, and again that we have economic crises and people have faced similar kinds of suffering and problems in the all parts of the country. The methods of data collection is an auto-ethnographic study that's I'm a person like informant, like a narrative, like drawing back my memory and recollecting the memory and how do I produce a story about the experience. At the same time, I did not limit my my own experience, but partially drawn data from the dissertation, even though I have worked for different topics, but then and there actually I came across similar issues when I was doing my research. So key terms, I thought of like key terms we were discussing throughout, I was discussing throughout this discussion: survival, suffering, precarity and precarious, placemaking, multiple strategies, how people, developing these things. So during the period, villages, community structure had collapsed, primordial interactions were weakened. Of course, the war and displacement changed the Jaffna Tamil community at various levels, but also created many opportunities to develop different forms of life. The chains of war, displacement taught many lessons about life, survival, and almost everyone adjusted and coped with their lives. Also, during the war, impact of globalization came to be restricted compared to the rest of the country and the world, and compelling social, economic survival forms of evolved to face multiple vulnerabilities. So how then the people, they have developed different strategies and vulnerabilities in the other world? When we look at other worlds also, they have a common issue. So when we look at then theoretically theorize this study, I thought it would be useful me to frame theoretically in terms of rise in consideration culturally. That's very important. That's my discipline, cultural anthropology. For the situated intersectional, specific meanings of terms that are often applied universally by NGOs and others working in war zones with the survivors of various kinds of trauma, refugees in other countries, earthquakes or flood survivors, etc. So these terms including resilience, suffering, survival, security, trauma. So for example, what does it mean to feel secure and make others secure as a parent, as a person, gendered in a certain way, as a person who was outside of the war, charged with others' safety, a teacher, health worker, etc. So, but suddenly unable to do so. So how then people we can interpret, because we need to have a multiple voices or discussions on the terms like suffering or survival, because that is produced a cross-cultural reproducibility has been historically debated in anthropology. Fields like anthropology, not only anthropology, even trans-cultural psychiatry, and global mental health. So these are these things actually I would like to intersections all these areas into the theoretically thinking of how anthropology have put together an impressive body of work that reveals how and why the suffering is constructed. Some have gone so far as challenges the notion that international measurements of suffering, right? It's realistic, but despite the fact that the many use psychometric based analysis to study trauma or suffering or resilience. But as a cultural anthropologist, I was thinking about why we do need to pay more other attentions of literature. We need to other attention of culturally how we would be able to produce the notions of the multiple layers of interpretations of suffering and survival strategies. So that's the purpose of small exercise I thought of putting in this paper to discuss. So that generate a kind of holistic or accurate knowledge of global mental health. Not only is a small tiny place of Jaffna Peninsula, so we need to produce the larger theoretical consideration to the other communities as well, how to be able to study. So I thought of the framework, the vital new angles from which explore the contemporary dimensions of making, unmaking of places, because end of the day, the peninsula is a place. How people have made that place available to the people during the war.
You have only 2 more minutes.
Sure, thank you. So, so I have a little, okay. I would like to conclude with the small narrative. So most of the time, researchers write about negative suffering like death, abduction, shelling, bombing, grief, mourning, race, referment, etc. But I argue in this paper, as a survivor of the war, there are positive suffering as well, with people making use of the experience of coping, adjusting strategies for survival in a given time and space. This is also part of the war-related history and memory. So the work I would like to see at the same time, I'm not going to neglect the value of my internalization of war experience to discuss and reveal the importance part of how people have gone through the period, specifically how did they cope up with the strategic multiple strategy. So I would like to give a small example before ending this my presentation. Certain people more used to Muslims tailoring were unsatisfied with the work of Tamil youth and complained using phrases such as "no one can stitch as a Muslim does" and "Muslim tailoring is just perfect." So this is during the war, after exile of Muslims from the peninsula. One can claim that these are stereotypical statements, but this was what people said reflected the reality of community survival and adjustment at the given space and time in 1991. People commented and laughed about the trousers, which the local boys stitched during the war from 1995. When I went to attend my sister's wedding in Colombo, 1994, traveling from Jaffna to Colombo, I wore such a pair of trousers and people reduced me asking, where did you buy this skirt from? And what is the name of this style? My uncle is a serious tone, advised me not to wear such garments when visiting places.
Your time is
So,
over. You need to conclude.
yes, I will end with this oil lamp, how the economic survival, people have invented this lamp during the war. They call Sikana lamp. Sikana means it's how they save kerosene during the war. So this is the good example I would like to show up and close, concluding my presentation, how people have invented differently, innovatively survived that period. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shanmugeswaran, addressing that important issue in the North Peninsula. We will take questions at the end of the sessions. And the next presentation will be on family responses and social integration of suicide attempt survivors in the post-discharge period, a qualitative study, authored by S. Rasanayaka and Pavel Vanyarachi T. Gamage, and S. Rasanayaka will be presenting. You can take over now.
Yeah, thank you. So I hope you can see my presentation.
Yes, we can see.
Okay, right. Good afternoon to all of you. So this is my presentation's title, Family Responses and Social Reintegration of Suicide Attempt Survivors in the Post-Discharge Period, a qualitative study. I'm Susantha Rasnayaka, attached to Department of Sociology, University of Peradeniya. These are my members of the research team. So let's move with the formal introduction of the presentation. As we all know, suicide and suicide-related behaviors has become a major health concern all over the world, especially when it comes to Sri Lanka. Suicide rate was increasing since 1950s very rapidly, but owing to various preventive methods after 1995, so Sri Lanka's suicide rate has been declining. So this figure is explaining how the suicide rate was rapidly growing since 1880s up to 1995, and it has become, seriously, it has declining since 1995. Though the overall suicide rate has been reducing during the last few decades. So when it comes to suicide phenomenon in Sri Lanka, there are two very important facts that are highlighted by research. So still, though the overall suicide rate is declining, still Sri Lanka is cited as a high suicide rated country in the global context in terms of standardized suicide rate. And at the same time, so more specifically, studies highlight that suicide attempts and self-harm are growing. So some of the research examples are given here. So Whitger, one of the key researcher in the field, says that self-poisoning has been increasing by 300 times since 90s. And again, Sena Virat also emphasized that suicide attempts or self-harm has been increasing by 91% from 2001 to 2007. So it is logical to assume that the current youth unrest, would escalate this situation further. Therefore, some researchers and some research indicates that there is a greater relationship between Sri Lankan culture and society and suicide. So some are claiming that cultural variables and social variables are more significant than sometimes psychological variables. So therefore, our attention is needed to put forward on social and cultural aspects. So when it comes to the research problem of our study, so according to literature, so there is a greater risk of increasing repeat suicide in the post-discharge period, mainly after 2 years after discharge from inpatient care. So therefore, vehemently, it is important social reintegration as a positive factor, or as a factor that we can use to reduce suicide attempts and repeat suicide attempts. In this scenario, the family can play a big role in reducing repeat suicidal attempts, as well as assisting attempters to reintegrate with their social environment in the post-discharge period. So, however, which has been relatively absent from the literature. So, many of the studies have focused on risk and protective factors, but the family role in the post-discharge period has been relatively untouched topic. So then in this background, our study explore the family responses to suicide attempt survivors in the post-discharge period. So let me to say something about our methodology. So we use phenomenological research design in this study, which allows us to explore very close experience and first-hand experiences of research participants, and we analyze 20 cases or 20 interviews with suicide attempt survivors, and we identify participants through convenient sampling. And let's move with research findings and discussion. So this table show you the overall profiles of attempters, their gender, age, level of education, civil status, methods they used for their attempt, and reasons for suicide attempts, and the availability of clinical records and depression. So yeah, I think so. This is very important. Our cases or interviews reveal that we found only there are 2 cases with clinical records of depression, or they were actually marginal depression cases, and these are the cases most of the time, breaking love affair and conflict with family members have been the prominent factors behind suicide attempts, and extramarital affairs and sexual harassments and all the things. So another important directions of our finding is that we found that in the post-discharge period, the previous social interactions between the attempter and the family were largely damaged due to the social stigma associated with suicide in the Sri Lankan context. Especially, we noted that that suicide, stigma situation increased the self-isolation and social isolation of both family members and the attempter in the post-discharge periods, which may increase the risk of post-suicidal attempt, and where we need to pay our attention on prevention suicide. We found that both attempters and family members were struggling to deal with shame in the post-discharge period, and also we found that the suicide attempt of the family member has impacted on family's normal functioning. For example, so parents temporarily stopped going to work in the first stage of that post-discharge period, and also children stopped going to school because of stigma and shame, and even family members reduced their speaking among each other during the first few days of the post-discharge period, and also it has impacted on some opportunities of families or something like that, marriage proposals like that. This is an sample extract that indicates that how one family was seriously considering about one proposal, marriage proposal, and they were thinking that it will be cancelled because of the stigma attached to suicide. So therefore, families are trying to hide the incident and keep it as a secret. So we found that family response is varying based on the.
You have 2 more minutes.
Yeah, is depending on the cause of suicide attempt. We found that attempters with external marital affairs and attempters due to pre-pregnancies, pre-marriage pregnancies get blame, missed, or negative family responses in the post-discharge period. And also attempters with breaking love affairs and conflict with family members, they are relatively getting supportive response, but still they are also getting some negative responses from the family. We found that 2 participants have left the family after the in the post-discharge period due to the stigma and the negative family responses. So and also parents from high socioeconomic status, so they believe that extremely the family member suicide attempt of the family member has impacted on their socioeconomic status, and so therefore the family push attempters to stay at home, and they are they are making kind of their support is not favorable for the attempters to recover from suicidal mentality and reintegrate with the society in the post-discharge period. And especially we noted that, of course, female attempters were highly impacted, and they were advised by parents not to go out because of that gender matter. Parents strongly advise female attempters to stay at home. So 2 family attempters have stopped going to work, even female attempters, due to the parents' pressure. So with that note, we would like to conclude our presentation. So we noticed that the suicide attempt survivors get negative family responses in the post-discharge period, which challenge the social reintegration in the post-discharge period, and it may increase the risk of reoccurrence of suicide attempts. Therefore, post-intervention programs should target both survivors as well as their family members. And I believe that social workers would play an important role in this regard. So they will be helping attempters and family members to support to reintegrate in the post-discharge period. So thank you. So that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much for 2 reasons. One is you are actually on time, and also addressing this very important issue of suicide in this country. We'll take questions at the end. And next presentation would be on an assessment of community vulnerability to flood hazard in the Kalutara district in Sri Lanka. The authors, Mr. N.S. Nanayakara, EMS Ranasinghe, and EMS Ranasinghe will be presenting now.
Dr. Sulochana, I hope that I can see my presentation. You can see my presentation.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can see.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I am Savitri Ranasinghe, the co-author of the studies Nirosha Nanayakara. Our research is on an assessment of the community vulnerability to flood hazard in the Kalutara district, Sri Lanka. The displayed slide shows the sequence of the presentation. Moving on to the background of the study, in Sri Lanka, River Kalu is the second largest river in the country and causes flood from the upper stream area of Ratnapura district to the downstream area of Kalutara district. According to the Disaster Management Center report in 2005, settlers in the River Kalu's floodplain are affected by floods that occur almost annually. Figure 1 shows that the Kalutara district showed an upward trend of flood events from 1982 to 2019. As seen in figure 2, almost all the divisional secretariat divisions of the Kalutara district are affected by floods. The selected study area, Pathakada Grama division, is located in the Millennium DSD. You can see that bar in red color. According to the figure, a considerable amount of flood events from 1980 to 2019 had been recorded in the Millennium DSD. Pathakada GND is annually affected by flood hazard due to its location within the meander of the River Kalu. According to the resource profile of the Kalutara district, approximately 362 families are living in the Pathakada GND. And out of those families, 150 are affected by the flood hazards. Among them, 50 families are highly vulnerable. This is the location of the study area, Pathakada Grama division. In terms of the relevant literature, Arms, Balika and others, Kumar and Bhache, and Cardona pointed out that reduce flood risk. Vulnerability and its components must be understood. With this background, the study was aimed to quantify the community's vulnerability of the flood disaster in the Pathakada Gramanidhari division. 3 objectives are used to achieve the aim of the study. First one, to assess the social vulnerability of flood hazards. Second one, to assess the economic vulnerability of flood hazards. And third one, to identify the environmental vulnerability of flood hazards. This is the definition of vulnerability proposed by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change in their third assessment report in 2003. Moving on to the methodology of the study, as shows in figure 3, the methodology used in data collecting and information for the study. Among the most vulnerable families in the GN division, 40 families were selected for the study using the random sampling method. To identify the socio-economic impact of flood vulnerability, primary data has been obtained through a structured questionnaire. The survey was conducted in 2021. Secondary data from different sources collected to gather background information of the study area. Moving on to the method of data analysis and data presentation, as seen in figure 4, 2 indexes proposed by the 2 researchers, Rana and Rautre, to measure flood vulnerability in Pakistan have been used for the present study to assess the economic and social vulnerability of flood hazards in the study area. The economic and social vulnerability of flood hazards were calculated separately using the selected indexes as shown in figure 4 and also in this display slide. The value, based on the values obtained from the calculation, the intensity of the vulnerability index is divided into classes as very low, low, medium, and high as shown in table 1. The values indicated is close to 0, indicating low efficiency of vulnerability, and close to 1, indicating high efficiency of vulnerability. We use 7 indicators to calculate social vulnerability, while 10 indicators were used to calculate economic vulnerability. The chi-square test of the cross-tabulation analysis also used to determine the statistical significance of the correlation between vulnerability and socio-economic factors. The environmental vulnerability of flood hazards in the study area was observed through a transect map. Moving on to the results and discussions of the study, according to the figure 5, 35% of the sample is in, first shows the social vulnerability based on social vulnerability index. Figure 5, according to figure 5, 35% of the sample is in the category of very low. And the majority, 52.5%, is in the category of low vulnerability. As identified in the survey, the heads of the families in these 2 categories have flood experiences by living in the area for many years, as shown in figure 6 in the next slide. As the figure 6, about 55% of the sample have been living in the area for more than 20 years. Another 10% is living in the area between 10 to 20 years. The increase of the number of years of residence in the risk zone has the effect of reducing the social vulnerability of the area as a whole. Chi-square test conducted on the social vulnerability of the study area and the time of living in the study area has been confirmed that there is a statistically significant correlation between these 2 factors under the confidence level of 95%. In terms of total number of household units, nearly 2/3 of the sample have completed up to the ordinary level education, as seen in figure 7. Therefore, it is clear that the level of education of the family heads has been influenced to identifying social vulnerability at a low level. Another characteristic that could be identified regarding the
Yes.
low level of
2 more minutes.
Okay, sir. Social vulnerability in the study area is that only a few members of the community with disabilities and chronic diseases. Moving on to discuss the economic vulnerability of flood hazard in the study area, as shown in figure 9, higher percentage of households, 72.5, are found in the category of high vulnerability. Altogether, categories of medium and high economic vulnerability to the hazard shows 90% of the sample. Therefore, the study confirmed that the economy of the considered study area is not at a stable level, because the study confirmed that most families have one member of the income earning in the family, and 72.5% of the samples monthly income is less than 40,000 rupees, and most of them have daily wage. Most of them are daily wage earners and agricultural workers. Therefore, they face income risks during flood hazards. This means high dependency ratio, relatively low monthly income in the households, and unstable occupations led to the high economic vulnerability in the area. Moving on to the environmental vulnerability of the flood hazard in the study area, the transect map in the area shows that two tributaries of the river Kalu are located in the area, and lowlands area are common in the study area. Therefore, waterloggings are a common feature in the study area. The researchers also observed that canal and drains are not clean and repaired, and social erosions are occurring in most of the areas. These are the conclusions of my study. Finally, the study suggests that mitigation and adaptation methods to minimize economic and environmental vulnerabilities of the flood hazard is essential in the study area. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your excellent scientific study. We will take questions at the end. Next study is quality of life among elderly population in the state sector in Sri Lanka by K. Thoradeniya. You can start now.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Can you give the possibility of screening my share?
It's
Share my
already
screen.
given. You can share.
But the messages appear. Okay. Yes.
No, we see that. We can see that.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My topic is quality of life among elderly population in the state sector in Sri Lanka. Actually, this is the ongoing research. Still, I'm collecting data, but still I thought that better to share this ongoing research with you. As we all know, one of the major demographic phenomenon of the 21st century is the gradual increase of the world's aging population. Within the South Asian countries, Sri Lanka is considered as the fastest population aging country, which consists with 9.2% of aging population out of total population in 2000. And it has increased up to 12.4% in 2018, and it is expected to be increased in 28% in 2050, according to the Ministry of Health and Indigenous Medicine Survey in Sri Lanka in 2018. With the rapid increase in the aging population in Sri Lanka, several concerns emerged among policymakers, medical doctors, and academics and researchers. Of these, most attention has paid to social, economic, and health issues that merged with the family as well as in society. Less attention has been paid to individual elders, while even less attention has directed to lifestyle of elderly people, their well-being and satisfaction. Especially the less attention has been paid to evaluate the quality of life elders. Therefore, the main objective of this study is to examine how the elderly population in Sri Lanka define their quality of life and examine how the recent economic crisis impacts their quality of life. Actually, the concept of quality of life is a complex concept that difficult to define as various individuals see it from different angles. For instance, Brown and the groups in 2000 state that quality of life is inherently a dynamic, multi-level and complex concept reflecting objective, subjective, micro-societal and micro-individual positive and negative influences which interact together. At the same time, the World Health Organization defined the quality of life as a people's perspective of their position in life within the culture and value system in which they live, and that this is connected to their goals, expectations, standards, and concern. At the same time, Namichin and Blue state that the meaning of quality of life is highly individualistic, as no one knows precisely what it is in general, even though each and everyone has some idea about their own quality of life. At the same time, even though we have the several scholars says that we can't say exactly define what is quality of life. However, standard indicators had been identified about quality of life. For instance, it include wealth, employment, the environment, physical and mental health, education, recreation and leisure time, social belonging, religious belief, safety, security and freedom, etc. So after reviewing, because I had to review the research to identify some criteria about what is quality of life. So after reviewing not only this, a lot of research, actually this study defines quality of life as all the people's level of satisfaction with their overall life, actually based on the literature. At the same time, based on a pilot study, I defined in this study what is quality of life. Accordingly, based on literature, at the same time, based on my pilot study, I identified several concerns as quality of life, the physical and mental health concerns, adjustment to elderly life and aspects of aging, achievement of goals as they expected, financial stability, and social networks. So methodology, actually my topic was about state sector. I identified one state in Kandy district, Delta state. Perhaps there may be some questions why only state sector. As I said, this is an ongoing research. So my plan is to identify another group from rural and urban areas, because when I read the literature, it's clearly mentioned that according to the environment, the different locations, people's the quality of life, how they define it, it's really different. So first, I selected Delta state because a lot of research is going on in state sector. There are economic backgrounds, education, children problems, health, but actually it's very less attention has been paid to elderly people. So that's why I first started with the state sector. However, the 60 to 75 years old age group is included to this study. The sample comprised of 10 males and 10 females. I selected this sample according to the purposive sample methods. In-depth interviews were conducted to gather data. So when I come to findings, this study revealed that even though the quality of life, of course, it's really individualistic, individualistic, but I could observe three factors were very influential in elder's satisfaction or the quality of life with her own life. There, the first I could see that her children's achievement. This study clearly showed that most of the respondents satisfied or dissatisfied or happy or unhappy based on their children achievements, because one criteria is achievement of goals as they expected. They say that actually we live in this state, we live in a line rooms, so we wanted our children to have another life, another good life. So but when they feel that some of their children are migrated to other cities, they are having considerable good life. They define what is good life. But I don't have time to share everything. But some are really dissatisfied because their children life is more actually more disadvantaged position than they had. So they say that this is they very unhappy or no meaning of life when they see their children, unhappy situation. So I could observe that this is the main criteria about what they make happy or unhappy. So the other one is health concerns. Health concerns were, actually here I try to understand the physical and mental concerns, but health concerns are very much influenced by certain other factors related to the quality of life among the elders that were interviewed, because they say that if we are only healthy, we can do our own work, earn money, even
2 more minutes only.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So then the second criteria that I observe that they concern that if they are healthy, if they feel that they are healthy, they are very much happy. I saw that almost all respondents were suffering from non-communicable disease such as diabetes, blood pressure, etc., etc. However, most of them were not too worried about their illnesses, as they considered this is natural to old age and not a barrier to their day-to-day activities. At the same time, this study revealed that they are actually not concerned about their mental health at all, because they never go to a medical doctor. Even that area, no medical specific specialist doctors or psychiatrists in those areas. The other one is financial security. This study clearly showed that financial strength or capacity is one of the crucial factors determining their quality of life, since they can maintain their freedom, fulfill their basic necessities, and more importantly, live without being a burden to anyone. At the same time, this study further revealed that cultural factors and gender differences are crucial factors that impact on the definition of quality of life or satisfaction among older people, especially female elders that I interviewed. Actually, really, though highly concerned about their children's achievement, and while male elders, actually social networks, financial capacity, they concern mostly about those things. However, with the current crisis situation on the financial and health concerns have taken place as the main influential factor of quality of life of elders in the state sector in Sri Lanka, because especially they are very much afraid about health concern, because they say that when they go to their basic hospital nearby, of course doctors are there, but medicine are not given like earlier, because they have to buy from a pharmacy. So most of the time they are very much, they don't have financial strength to buy, and at the same time they are very much afraid now, because whether they will die without the necessary medicine, etc. So I will stop here. I have many recommendations, especially their mental conditions. We have to interfere with that. So with this slides, I will stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tordenia. You need to assess quality of life of all of us today. And thank you. We will come to you later. And next presentation on the study done on water management methods for drinking and domestic purposes in Kegol district, done by IRT Paramita and S. Arunasant. IRT Paramita will be present in now.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Very well.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tisrani Paramita from Department of Geography at the University of California. We are talking about water management methods for drinking and domestic purposes in the Kegol district. Into this topic, we focus on several subtopics in here, and all we have to focus with the introduction part in our session. We all know water is very crucial for everyone. Not only living beings, but also non-living beings also need the water for their survival, such as soil. And also, we already use a lot of ways your water, like domestic purposes, industrial purposes, agricultural purposes, so on. According to the water crisis in the today world, unfortunately, a lot of researchers and people know about these things and they predict the Third World War may be happen according to the water shortage. And also this map already explained about water stress by country 2014. And it also explained a lot of countries have to face water shortage and water related issues near future. In that, Sri Lanka also in red color, and when we focus on the Sri Lanka, as a developing and tropical country, we know about Sri Lanka faces a lot of crises in these days. But there are a lot of hidden crises like these things, like water shortages in wet zone areas. And in this one, also emphasize the significance of our research. And once Dr. Nishant Sakalasuriya explained in his book, The Millennium Development Goals, The Beginning and Progress, he explained that one is especially wet zone in Sri Lanka increase issue-related water when without rain in 2 or 3 weeks. It also and already explained about there are water-related issues and water scarcity in wet zone area. According to our research, there is a main objective. This is the main objective. Identify the suitable water management methods for drinking and household purposes in the Kegol district. There are sub-objectives in there. First one is identify the spatio-temporal rainfall patterns in the Kegol district. Determine the water resources and water quality and calculate water usage in the study area. Determine the impacts of water scarcity and awareness of people about water management methods in the study area. When we focus on the methodology part, we have to identify our study area. According to the study convenience based on the coronavirus and also fuel crisis, according to that one, we took Imiyagama village as our study area from the Kegol district, then Varakapula Divisional Secretariat Division, then Moravaka Gramanilidari Division, and took this Imiyagama village for our research area. Because with the data collection techniques, we used primary and secondary data for our data collection. In that, we used questionnaires, observation, field visits, and as a secondary data, we used previous research, books, data from internet, magazine, reports, otherwise things. And also, when we focus with data analysis methods, mainly we do map analysis with ArcGIS 10.7 software using too many tools like IDW Spatial Analysis Tool, and also doing SWOT analysis to understand about people's attitudes, behaviors, and knowledge of water management methods and value of saving water. Then we use Microsoft Excel software and other things to interpret the data as a graph, tables, other things. According to the analysis and findings of our research, mainly we took sub-river of Maya and 15 wells as a sample, and 30 families also take as our sample in this research. Moreover, descriptive and statistical analysis and also qualitative and quantitative analysis are also took from by us. According to the sample, there are 46 males and 58 females in that 30 families. when we move on to our next slide, we try to identify the spatio-temporal rainfall patterns in the Kegol district. This is a map analysis, and also we interpret those things with a graph. So according to that one, we took 17 rainfall stations from Meteorology Department and took 2005 to 2019 rainfall data, and we compare the rainfall variation in there. According to that one, this graph also emphasized that one, monthly total rainfall variation in 17 rainfall stations in the Kegol district in 2015 and 2016. It also we emphasize we can understand the variation of the rainfall in that area. Or we put those image and we create those image from ArcGIS and identify the rainfall variation in monthly and also annually, this way. We focus on the determine the water resources and water quality and calculate usage in the study area. Where these calculations are mainly based on the book of the Shane the Costa water engineering methods, water management engineering methods. And also we do some water quality checking like a pH water quality and also physical water quality. These are the home-based things because of the crisis and other things in Sri Lanka. And we found also found the liters per person per day. It's like a 137.86 liters per person per day use water in this village. Determining the impacts of water scarcity and awareness of the water management methods in the study area, mainly the impacts of the study area, household-wise, economy-wise, the impacts in this this graph, and also not only human beings but also plants and also animals are impact from this water scarcity. Awareness of people about the water management methods in the study area is very low. According to this graph, we can identify only few % know about the water management methods. Conclusion. According to the research, there are several causes for water scarcity in wet zone area. People's lack of awareness. It means people do not know about the water management methods or saving methods. And also climate change. We already know about climate change affects variety of way in our life. This one also is one thing because it's affect to wet zone areas. And also people's inappropriate work, it means deforestation and overconsumption and misuse of water are the main reasons for this crisis. As a recommendation for this research, we can show using suitable rainwater harvesting methods like a rooftop or runoff. People can use many ways, or they can make a tank or make it like this way. They can collect water, and seasonal wise, they can collect water. And when they face this crisis, they can use this water. And also people can using rainwater storage system that they capable like this way or maybe another ways. And also recycling water and use such
Two
as
more minutes.
Sorry, sir.
2 more minutes only.
Okay, sir. Thank you. People can use recycled water and use filters such as pressure filter, domestic or kettle filters. Example, when we wash our clothes, that water we can use for our wash the cars. Likewise, we can reuse those water, and also we can save our water. We have to change that one, and also use water refilling methods and get help from the government like NGOs and also government officers like Gramiladari or development officers, and doing very well for this to face this crisis and face this water shortage problem. According to our research, we have to identify there are some threaten like a political threaten for this water management methods, and likewise things and people's lack of knowledge are the weaknesses for this research. There are a lot of findings in there like this according to our conclusion, and we finally recommend those things for our research. A list of references that we used our research, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much for raising this important issue and the giving solution. We'll go for the next presentation. It's on teaching introduction to literature to enhance language proficiency of the engineering students on virtual mode during the economic crisis, and experimental study by Mr. Kandaya Sri Ganesan. You can start now.
Looks like he's not here.
Mr. Kandaya?
Yeah, yes, sir. He was actually added only yesterday. He was in another session and transferred to this. But I just looked to see he is not around.
We can go to the next presentation and we can shift this one. That's on character education as an emerging approach to integrate core values in the 21st century, a critical review by S.S. Dhanayaka.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. Can I hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yeah. Let me present my research paper on